We will slowly get started. Those online are already eager to wait for the starting of the forum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, greeting of peace to everyone. Our tradition will be starting with the recitation of Surah Al-Fatiha, the beginning of Al-Quran. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected Tan Sri Rector, Tan Sri Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Datuk Yazid, the Chair of the Municipal Council, Professor Yamaguchi, the Director of United Nations University, and Betsy, on behalf of the previous meeting, members of the University Management Committee, Deputy Rector Prof. Faris, Deputy Rector Prof. Amir, and everyone in person, coming from almost 60, 50 RCEs around the world, from 40 countries. Salam sejahtera, as to how we say in our local language, a greeting of peace to everyone. Just a formal welcoming remarks before we hear the other welcoming remark and congratulations remark from the Municipal. As an introduction to the conference, we would like to show in a video form facts and figures that we have among the participants and the meetings and the outline of the program that will be happening today and tomorrow. So with that, I would like to request if the video can be played. Yeah. We have actually started informally yesterday with a lot of exciting activities. So today is heavy on the brain discussions, the intellectual discussion, academic discussion, with, of course, a practical example happening on the ground. But the video would better tell what has happened tomorrow, what is the plan today and tomorrow.
Imagine a world where all human beings live in harmony.
Di mana anak bumi dikenyangi segala yang mencukupi.
资源浩如烟海。
Una nature pour respirer en paix.
Donde la sociedad pueda desarrollarse más allá de nuestra imaginación.
تخيلوا عالما يمكن للدول جميعها
Where all nations can sit down to work on how to live sustainably. This is what brings us all here today.
I hope that convey some of the important message what will happen today and tomorrow. We will proceed with the opening remarks from Professor Shinobu Yamaguchi, the director of United Nations University. You're free to speak from there or here.
Thank you, Chair. And distinguished guests, honorable RC members, youth coordinators, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the 13th Global RCE Conference, beautifully curated under the theme, Whole Community Approach for ESD. Our highest appreciation goes to the RC Greater Gombak and RC Greater Kuala Lumpur for orchestrating this confluence of minds and missions. Thank you very much. Standing here, I feel very honored and at the same time very privileged to see you all here in person in this hall and joining the people online from the different parts of the world. The last conference, 12th Global RCE Conference, hosted by RCE Scotland, thank you very much, took place totally online in the middle of the pandemic with the mixture of anxiety, thinking what is going to happen and to the world, to our life, and to our future. But at the same time, with the excitement, with the different modalities, and maximizing new way of mobilizing our network, sharing what we can do with the limited mobility and the limited resources. In 2 years' time, between November 2021, the last global conference, and today, you have done so much, actually, mobilizing your local communities and network within your country, but also in your region. And we, the RCE Secretariat of the United Nations University, is so grateful to see your continued engagement throughout the most difficult period of time. So I really, really thank you all. Just to share or to name only a few of the RCE's contribution in the major policy making international conference and summit. Starting in 2021, COP26 in Glasgow, we collaborated with the RCE Scotland and also illustrating your youth engagement at the side event of Science and Art for Climate Action. At the UN Transforming Education Summit in New York last year, you contributed with the youth-led ESD local actions as an important part of whole of society approach. This is what we're discussing today, promoting climate education and lifelong learning. It was represented by the RCE Greater Western Sydney. COP27 last year in Egypt, showcasing RCE project addressing transformative community-based climate action with RCE Bogota and RCE Denmark. And then this year at Think Tank 7, T7 in Tokyo, within the framework of G7, we did highlight the RCE's mechanism in promoting local actions in achieving the sustainable society. And most recently, the UN SDG Summit, held in headquarters in New York. And further, this year in December, we are planning a very important side event at COP28 in UAE, featuring our youth engagement on education and the Youth Day. Okay, so this is just a list of what we have been contributing at the international stage for the last 24 months. This is really, really amazing. Now we feel that the world is recovering finally, gradually from the unprecedented pandemic. At the same time, I think we all know that we can see the fragile the world with compounded issue of the climate change and pressing socioeconomic disparities. I hope you have already read, but according to the UN Sustainable Development Goals Report 2023, just recently published, the special edition, the current progress on around 50% of target of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, is inefficient and insufficient to achieve the SDGs by 2030, because we are talking about 7 years from now. Okay, only 50% will be relatively expected to be achieved. Okay, if nothing goes wrong. So this is already an F if we are grading or evaluating, against what we have expected, okay, for the 2030 achievement. On top of that, according to our UN Secretary General, the statement at the SDG Summit in New York just last month, he said, this is the mid-year of Agenda 2030, and we have less than 7 years to go, and we have only achieved successfully 15% of all the target, which was set in 2015. Okay, so this is where we are located now. Okay, but I don't want to be too pessimistic. Okay, so the SDG Summit in New York was a very good opportunity actually for the member state to get together, but also the academia and policymakers really to discuss, to realize where we are located and to discuss, what can be done and what should be done. And I really believe only way to accelerate SDGs action is to localizing the SDGs, okay? And I really, truly, truly believe this RC network is the very powerful and versatile vehicle with hope for the current and also the future generations with the community-driven actions. So we celebrate today the persistent spirit of the RCE by welcoming 6 more new RCEs this year. The number of our network worldwide reached 190 from 64 countries in 5 different continents, strengthening the role of RCE as the global advocates. Now I wish to spotlight a bit the brilliance and passion of our youth, okay, and their creative energies through RC Youth webinars and other activities are already evident. For example, the RC Youth Art Challenge in collaboration with UNESCO under the theme From Waste to Art. Can you imagine waste to art? Okay, have cultivated 221 ideas globally from 35 different countries on transforming the waste. Their innovation brought fresh perspectives in our collective journey toward the sustainability. But this is just one example, okay? And just last year in September, at the UN Secretary General, at the Transforming Education Summit in New York, Antonio Guterres, he spent an entire day on the youth engagement. And he spent more than 2 hours discussing the youth on that day. And at the opening of this youth day, he said, actually, he was very provocative, as Dr. Joey Park was the witness in that meeting. He said, there are 4 stages of development related to the youth involvement historically. Okay. Stage number 1, first stage, simply ignore because they are too young. Okay. Stage number 2, to recognize that they were there. Okay. Stage number 3 is to listen, as you are a very important part of the engagement. And stage 4 is to integrate your opinion to the policy formulation and actions. Okay. According to him, we are at the 3rd stage of the development, and we are to promote, to move from this 3rd to 4th stage of the involvement, to integrate youth opinion into the policy, the formulation. So today I see many the young people joined in this global conference, including volunteers from International Islamic University and some of the youth who joined the field trip with us yesterday. And I believe the youth, they bring the very, very interesting ideas and genuine concerns, for the future of our planet. So I hope this RCE, the network, can be a very effective platform to bring it from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage, okay? So that we can envision and we can really to share our engagement at the different international conferences. We really want to be the leading the network to show the youth can be at the 4th stage. I hope this conference can serve as a venue to consolidate the voices from the RCE and prepare us for the upcoming UNESCO ESD Net 2030, the global meeting, to be co-organized by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, MEXT of Japan, and hosted by the United Nations University, together with UNESCO in Tokyo from 18th and 20th of December. In the spirit of the gratitude and hope, I'd like to extend again my appreciation to RC Greater Gombak and RC Greater Kuala Lumpur and the Ministry of Environment of Japan for their continuous support and the brilliant vision. May this conference be a luminous beacon guiding us toward enhanced dialogue, a mutual inspiration, and transformative action. This is the most important part for our harmonious and sustainable society. Thank you very much for your presence, which is very important, and your commitment to building a better tomorrow all together. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Yamaguchi. There was a strong mandate and a clear message that got only 15%, so we failed in the missions, the first part, so we got 7 years to improve, upgrade to A, inshallah. Next, we'd like to call upon, this is online versions, online from Ms. Tokie Izaki, the Ministry Secretariat, Office of Environmental Education, Ministry of Japan. If we can get him online.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Welcome to all of you to this 13th Global RCE Conference. I am Tokie Izaki, speaking to you from Ministry of the Environment, Japan. I will deliver the opening remark on behalf of Mr. Reiji Higashioka, Director of Office Environmental Education. It is my great honor to give a message for the 13th Global RCE Conference today. As you all know, the RCE is a flagship program on ESD, which conducted by UNUIAS. Government of Japan is a main donor of this program. On behalf of the funding supporter, I'd like to take this opportunity to touch upon the following things. First, I would like to thank all the RCE members for your continuous efforts to make RCE successful to promote ESD. Under the theme, Whole Community Approach for ESD, this global meeting will focus on reflecting on the efforts being undertaken by various RCEs to involve collaborations among multi-stakeholders, such as education sectors, industries, business, and the government sectors. Will share the best practices and innovation to deliver the whole community approach change. I would like to express our gratitude once again for RCE Greater Comeback and RCE Greater Kuala Lumpur's contribution in organizing this meeting under both a face-to-face basis and the online base. I would like to emphasize the importance of ESD in relation to the SDGs. The SDGs Goal 17 is Partnership for the Goals, and ESD for 2030. 2 out of 5 priority areas are empowering and mobilizing youth, and accelerating local level actions. In those international initiatives on ESD, importance of youth empowerment, participation, and partnership with youth are repeatedly mentioned. To achieve SDGs and accelerate its action, we, Ministry of the Environment Japan, are currently striving to develop local SDGs. Local SDGs support building meaningful partnership and intersectoral cooperation within the local community and beyond. For example, to contribute to local SDGs, our office has been offering the program called Migakiba. Migakiba, the place to brush up for refinement. In Japanese, migaku means brush up, and ba means place. This Migakiba program aims to develop leaders who work to realize local SDGs while making maximum use of local resources. It's targeted at the people aged under 35. It can provide integrated solutions to environmental issues interlinked with economy and society in various regions. For example, net zero and circular economy. Youth is not only to be empowered by the society and the world. Young generation is a distinguished driver to empower the community, society, and the world. It is very important to encourage young people to be confident in themselves, regardless of social background, and take some initiative for ESD. We have to consider the most effective practice altogether, for every cases in local and global issues. To promote this movement more, it is also important to create synergies through inter-regional cooperation and collaboration with all the regions. We sincerely hope that this global meeting over coming 2 days, through initiative sessions on information on whole community approach related to RCE activities from various regions, as well as the time poster exhibition, presentation, and excursions will be fruitful for everyone. You will take what you have learned from this meeting and return it to your community and people. I expect the success of this meeting. Thank you all for your strong support and participation in this meeting. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tokie Izaki from MOEG. We have a second congratulatory remarks from Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Yazid bin Sairi, the President of Selayang Municipal Council.
Thank you, Prof. Zainal. Respected Tan Sri Zulkifli bin Abdul Razak, Director of the National Islamic University Malaysia. Distinguished guests, respected speakers, educators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. First of all, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the organizers, speakers, and participants of the 30th Global RCE Conference with the theme World Community Approach for Education for Sustainable Development, or ESD. I believe this conference marked a significant milestone in our collective journey toward a more sustainable and harmonious world, fostering collaboration among academia, community members, industries, and government sectors. On behalf of Selayang Municipal Council, I firmly believe that the outcome of this conference will align with our mission, especially in terms of empowering municipal management and fostering active community participation for a harmonious community, sustainable life, and sustainable environment. As we stay in Selangor, at the state level, the Smart Selangor Sustainability Plan 2035, which focuses on sustainable development goals and support the Selangor State Structure Plan 2035, was introduced in 2018. With that, authorities in Selangor are required to promote activities and to implement initiatives that are aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Allow me to share 2 out of many of our standout program with regard to SDGs and involve participation from government agencies, academia, and community. First is the Community Garden Program, which started back in 2017. And under this program, we encourage residents to convert their house yard into green spaces. Through this initiative, residents are not only benefiting from their own fresh, locally grown produce, but also contributing to a more sustainable and resilient community. Secondly, we have the Selayang Senior Citizen Activity Centers. As Malaysian population continues to age, there is an increasing need to develop a supportive ecosystem for senior citizens. And we are currently constructing a new 2.5 million ringgit building as a senior citizen activity centers, the first in Selangor by local councils. This center set to be completed in December of this year, aim not only to address the specific needs of the senior citizens, but also to recognize the valuable contribution they continue to make to the community through their wealth of experience. Ladies and gentlemen, both the community program and the establishment of senior citizen activity centers exemplify Selayang Municipal Council's dedication to its role in ESD and also in fostering sustainable practices and creating a vibrant, inclusive community for all residents. This initiative not only promotes environmental stewardship, but also prioritize the well-being and the engagement of diverse segments of the population. As we embark on this journey, let us remember that the true measure of our success lies not only in the ideas we generate, but in the action we take when we return to our respected community. Let us live here with a renewed set of purpose, armed with the tool of inspiration needed to effect real change. Once again, congratulations and best wishes for a productive conference. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, Dato'. That's a very encouraging remarks to know there's a lot more initiatives happening. Let's work together after this. We have next report on the 12th Global RCE Conference taking place online. And that report, let's welcome Dr. Bessie King from RCE Scotland. If you can present from that place, that'd be the best.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to report on the previous 12th Global RCE Conference. And thank you, RCE Greater Gombak and Kuala Lumpur. Thank you for your extremely warm welcome and hospitality. And also to all the participants of this global conference this year. It is a huge privilege to be part of this global network. And I think all of our meetings, but in particular these global conferences, are such special occasions. We were delighted to have our proposal to host the 12th Global RCE Conference in Edinburgh accepted. But this was 2019, and we had initially, of course, hoped to welcome everyone to Edinburgh, where RCE Scotland is based. We have our own very distinct weather, as some of you may know, but also spectacular landscapes and history and culture and dancing and food and of course, most importantly, our approach to ESD. And we were really keen to share this in person. The pandemic could have put an end to these hopes, and it did to some of them. As said, it was a very difficult time for everyone. And a time, I think, when we particularly valued our relationships and particularly our global RCE family connections. As mentioned, ESD, I think we're accustomed to finding new ways of doing things, to finding solutions. And so working very closely with the Global Service Centre, the conference became a year of collaboration and communication. During 2021, we organized short webinars around the theme, Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, Action Through Learning. With inputs from many of you around the world, we shared ideas and we responded to UNESCO's ESG for 2030 roadmap. And I'm really proud to be part of developing the roadmap for the RCE community, which is our response to this important global initiative. And it was launched there in that year. We began to discuss and develop how it was going to work. So this was all done online. And we learned a huge amount about how to connect effectively online. I have to mention my wonderfully inventive RCE Scotland colleagues, in particular, Kirsten Leask, our chairperson, Rehema White, our director, Pete Higgins, our colleague, Jenny Haggerty, and many, many more in Scotland. And the full global conference was hosted online too in November. Over 3 days, we connected with RCEs from across the world who joined us at all hours of the day and night. And we even had dancing. We held our Scottish Ceilidh online with Scottish dancing, food. It wasn't quite the same food, sadly, but certainly music and song and celebration. So we celebrated even without connecting. And so in 2023, in a very changed world, we welcome the connection now online as well as in person. And experiencing connection and learning in person is extremely important. But then being able to be inclusive in this wonderful digital way is also vital. So I know the months of preparation, maybe years, that have gone went into our global conference, and I'd really already commend everyone at RCE Greater Gombak and Kuala Lumpur and all your partners for your amazing organization and putting together such an impressive and important program. And I think yesterday, seeing what a sustainable communiversity in practice actually looks like was inspiring. So over the next few days, I'm really looking forward to, in our RCE Global Family Way, connecting with everyone online and in person, and learning more and working collaboratively with you all towards a more peaceful, and most importantly, just, also important, and sustainable world. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Betsy, for passing the baton to us now. It's a tough responsibility. Let's hear next from the Global Service Center, from Ms. Miki, on behalf of the United Nations as Program Coordinator, on behalf of the RCE Service Center.
Thank you very much, Professor Zainal, for your introduction. Good morning, everyone, those who are attending online and those who are here in person. Good morning and good afternoon. So thank you very much, RC Greater Gombak and RC Kuala Lumpur, for hosting this critical conference following the Global RCE Conference, which was held online but hosted by RCE Scotland 2 years ago. And I'm very pleased to present the updates from the Global RCE Service Center. Next slide, please. So some of the contents overlap that we presented at the respective regional meetings. So I briefly touch upon those points and share recent developments and upcoming activities for the next year. Next slide, please. So most of you know, RCE is a multi-stakeholder network to promote ESD at the local level through whole community approach, which is the this conference theme. And our collective actions are guided by the RCE Community Roadmap 2021 to 2030, which was developed collaboratively in consultation with Ubuntu members, regional advisors, and RCEs across the world, as Betsy mentioned previously, which contribute to the achievement of the SDGs and implementation of ESD for 2030 framework. Next slide, please. As Professor Yamaguchi mentioned in her opening remark, since its inception in 2005, the Global RCE network continues to grow, and the total number of RCEs reached 190 worldwide. Next slide, please. And the regional meetings held online or in hybrid mode attracted over 100 participants this year, and this Global RCE Conference will definitely enhance the momentum for further accelerating RCE initiatives at local, regional, and global levels. And yeah, thank you again, the RCE Greater Gombak and Kuala Lumpur Hall for supporting this journey to move forward together. Next slide, please. So how do RCEs address critical sustainability issues on the ground, and how the multi-stakeholder network function within the real community? So the series of RCE case study publications and videos showcase outstanding RCE projects, sharing their experiences and lessons learned. So as all of us know, there's no one-size-fits-all solutions, but those RCE projects provide valuable ideas and inspiration to empower people and also facilitate actions. Those are available online on the RCE portal site. Next slide, please. And the RCE Award is organized annually to celebrate excellent RCE projects. And this year, we will have received 40 applications from 25 RCEs worldwide. And the selection result will be announced in the closing session tomorrow at this Global RCE Conference. So please stay tuned for the exciting announcement. Regarding research, the 3-year project has launched this year to establish a repository of evidence-based action-oriented pedagogies for enhancing ESC based on RCE's experiences. And some RCEs have been already involved in this project through focus group discussions. And thank you very much for your valuable inputs and collaboration and contribution. And more details about this project will be presented by Dr. Shen Li, our research fellow, later in panel discussion 1. Next slide, please. And regarding youth engagement, Professor Yamaguchi mentioned that this year, RCE Youth Art Challenge was conducted on the theme of From Waste to Art in partnership with UNESCO as one of the youth engagement initiatives. And the award-winning artworks has been announced just recently. On the slide, you can see some artworks which won the outstanding award in each category. Next slide, please. And on our website, you can see all the awarded artworks along with the messages from the young artists that is inspire responsible consumption and production. So please visit our website. Next slide, please. And we look forward to hear more about youth-led initiatives from regional youth coordinators this afternoon in the panel discussion 4. Next slide, please. So next slide, please. Yes. So regarding our communication channels and branding, I would like to inform about some anticipated restructuring and modifications. We will continue to use our RCE portal site and Facebook as a primary communication channel but website restructuring is expected next year, and the website updates might be minimal in the coming months. So thank you for your understanding in advance. And as for the RC bulletin, we plan to suspend the issuance after the forthcoming November issue until further notice. And we will explore alternative communication method to share the latest information about RC initiatives more effectively. Can you go back? Yes. So lastly, the RC logo will be renewed in line with the new branding strategy of UNU and UNUIS. So these are the heads up. And once we have more concrete details, then we will provide necessary information and also guidance and instructions with all RCEs across the world. So we appreciate understanding and cooperation. Next slide, please. So lastly, let me share some upcoming upcoming initiatives. So the open call for the host the next year's regional meetings will be launched end of November this year, and which is open until mid-February next year. And regarding the acknowledgement of new RCEs, we will launch the call for application about also this month, which is open until mid-May 2024. And we have received some inquiries from candidate RCEs already. So we hope that we receive some applications and we can welcome new RCEs next year. And the call for award application will be open around July to September. So we encourage all RCEs to submit the applications. And in the opening remark, Professor Yamaguchi mentioned that the ESD for 2030 global meeting will be held in Tokyo next month. And UNUIS will be coordinating a panel session focusing on local actions. And Professor Zul will be one of the speakers. And we appreciate that you accepted our invitation. And we hope we can deliver the RC voices and also the inputs from this Global RCE Conference to the critical ESD for 2030 conference. Yes, next slide, please, or click, yes. So 2025 will be a milestone year and very important year for the midterm review. So UNUIS is developing the survey in consultation with Ubuntu members, RC youth members, and also RC advisors. So we appreciate your support and cooperation in replying to the survey in advance. And publication, RC case study publication on action-oriented pedagogies for ESD, and also the 20 years of RCE to be published in 2025 will be developed and prepared next year. Next slide, please. I will. So thank you. And we have also, sorry to forget to mention, but of course we have youth-led initiatives, which will be developed further in consultation with regional youth coordinators. Next slide, please. So thank you very much for your kind attention. And if you have any inquiries, please do not hesitate to contact us. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Miki. I'm sure there's a lot of inquiry, especially about applications in URC. With that updates, I hope that we are ready for getting deeper into discussions, and let's welcome the first keynote speech by our rector and also the chair of RCE Greater Gombak. Let's welcome Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Zulkifli Abdul Razak.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum, greeting of peace. A very good morning and salam sejahtera. After been listening to all these speeches, I'm a little bit nervous The expectations are a little bit too much for me. But anyway, let me try to summarize what we have been doing for the last maybe 4 or 5 years to arrive at where we are now today. And maybe some of this could be discussed and see whether this could be a way forward. Yeah. Foremost, I want to welcome you all once again. For people who make the trip far and wide, and people like Betson who are not supposed to come, and suddenly she appeared on the very last minute. The only representative from Pacific. I am very sensitive about this, because when we talk about Asia Pacific, Pacific normally is just a token for us. They are never around. But here, Betson, I think, make the whole effort to come. Welcome, Betson. Where are you? Thank you very much, and it's nice to see you. So for those of you who have not been to Malaysia, welcome. Selamat datang is the way we say it. This is Malaysia, if you are still not sure where you are. And we are somewhere here in the middle part of the peninsula. Certainly welcome to IUM and also our partner, UCSI, who have been a very close partner, and we somehow or other work together in realizing what sustainable development is concerned. The difference now, we are almost at the periphery of Kuala Lumpur. UCSI really smack in the center of Kuala Lumpur. So you have the two worlds, as it were, in terms of sustainable development. I would like to start off by going down memory lane a little bit, go to history, because I think there is something which is very sentimental to me when we talk about sustainable development. This particular person, Professor Hans van Ginkel, who was then director of UNU. Indeed, is a picture in 2005. You can imagine, my hair is still full. Almost 20 years ago. And this is the time that I received the acknowledgement, or the university received the acknowledgement, one of the 7 pioneering RCEs from Professor Van Ginkel himself, the person who actually gave birth to the idea of RCE. When he asked a question, I remember whether the conventional university, the way we have it today, will be able to support sustainable development. I think the overwhelming response was no. The structure was not meant for it, and therefore he thinked up of another structure, and he doesn't call it an university because university have a lot of excess baggages. So we call it RCE, and the transformation you see, you need to work with the community. There'll be a living lab. It's transformation, reorientation, not the same thing again and again. So this RCE actually is a future university that needs to be realized. And I think 20 years down the road, maybe this is a time to change it into what it used to be, rather than just RCE. And he wants to move from a center to a cluster, from a cluster to a global repository, where university becomes for everybody. It's not like what university today, the rich has got a different university, the poor has got another kind of university, people who can't afford got nothing. So how do we actually make this into a reality? It's a dream that I still have with me when I remember Professor Hans Ginkel. We really owe a lot to him. When we received this, the director of IAS then was Professor Zakri, the second keynote speaker. IAS then was known as Institute of Advanced Studies. The word sustainability wasn't even there. So you can see how things has moved for the last 20 years or so. 3 years after this RCE thing, we got another idea, and this is what they call the ProsperNet. This is another idea that it's important to advertise, to create awareness, to train people at the postgraduate level. And it is called the ProsperNet. I think it's established in 2008, Promotion for Sustainability in Postgraduate Education and Research Network. Very much a very active sort of center for activities, academic research, and otherwise, that I think most of us has forgotten, particularly the young ones. These are the things that you need to go into and start, using this ProsperNet as a kind of a network to distribute information and also to exchange ideas. So this is another area of people, how to they can work together in trying to move and foster sustainable development in a different way without having the structure of RCE even then. And the last one was an attempt, this is where I also get involved directly, trying to state of where what is this RCE all about. At that time, I think we were daunted with ranking. Universities, at least in this part of the world, needs to be ranked, whether they need to be good or not. And somebody ranks us. Yeah. So this idea was basically to shift our mind from just the ranking game into something which is quite different. And we call it an alternative university appraisal. You find that we don't use the word ranking, neither we use the word rating. Appraisal probably will think anew of what it is like. Yeah. And it offers a solution to the issue of Eurocentricity. Our university seems to be measured in terms of the northern hemisphere kind of a criteria when our problems are also different. So we want to move away from the structure of the university, the excess baggage that we talk about, to provide a new approach to ranking and rating that is more inclusive of developing countries. So it takes a developmental model rather than stacking one another, giving numbers and so on and so forth. The model was developed through a peer consultation model, which support diversity of mission, sharing good practices, and supporting dialogue and self-reflection. I think that last bit is still very much there. We still want to work on the diversity of mission. In other words, it's not a one-size-fits-all. Everybody needs to measure where they come from, given their cultural and also civilizational understanding. Yeah, what are the good practices in various places, and then we can talk about it in a dialogue of this nature. I think this is an idea which is ahead of its time. So it doesn't materialize in a way, but we are now trying to revisit it again when we talk about the communiversity. How to put some of these ideas, and these three ideas becomes an important motivation for us to put in together, and that will be what my presentation will be about, given this half an hour or so. All right. So I would want to start off by looking at our logo. The Greater Gombak logo actually is of a combination of two G's, which is Greater Gombak. And we purposely take the heart in, because the heart is basically something that we are very passionate about. Yeah, everything has to start with the heart. Without the heart, there's no soul. Without soul, there's no human person. So and the purple color is, when I read the emoji, purple means happiness. I'm not too sure whether this is true, but it symbolizes happiness anyway. So what is the heart for? The heart is to create this happiness among people across the world. And this is what the Greater Gombak is trying to do. Sometimes it's difficult to create happiness among ourselves also. Me and Zainal fights all the time. Okay, so I would call this the 7 steps framework for whole community approach to embedding SDG. All right. This is a modest way of telling you how we have done it, whether it's right or wrong, for you to judge and for you to tell us. But this is the momentum that we have taken, and to arrive at the point where we have arrived. It's a simple thing that we need to work together over time. It is very much tailor-made to IIUM, so UCSI may not be blamed for this, but it's something that we do and trial and error. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. For the last 3 years, there's a lot of experimentation. There's a lot of moving ideas to and forth until we arrive at the so-called the 7 steps. And nothing magical about it. The first step was basically to break down the silos. I think often enough, conventional universities are all about silos. You and your discipline, particularly academics, are very selfish people. They work within their own environment, and nobody should share their platform. If you do that, you need to have permission. There's a whole thing called copyrights, and all these things make it so messy that you want to stay alone in your room, and that's it. And there's no connection to other people. Science people like me is even worse. We work with animals and machines, and we don't know what human beings are all about. Only later we found out, when the experiment is done, we need to apply it to human beings. And who are these human beings? And we have no experimentation on it. So interdisciplinary becomes important. You know, humanity, social science, political science, religion becomes important, but we are all in the silos. And how do you break the silos? I think the first 2 years was just about breaking silos. A lot of people doesn't want to be disturbed. They say this academic world, privacy, on all sorts of things. And this is what, again, comes up to what Han Van Ginkel say, the conventional university will probably not work. Yeah? And given our mission in the university that talks about betterment of human life and civilization, the last university that I work talk about their own university, how to make the university good, how to make Malaysia well. Here we are talking about human life and civilization, something which is beyond just what Malaysia is all about, how to reach the humanity and the world as such. This is a bigger role. And if you can't work together with your neighbors, forget about human life and civilization. So how do you work among ourselves? I think is what the university has been centered on. How to break these barriers and how to actually work together as one team, the way I talk about the heart. Yeah? So to do that sounds simple. We create a common platform, and the common platform conveniently is the Sustainable Development Goals. This is something that we have agreed internationally, but some people still do not accept this because they say this is not an agenda of the university. Fortunately, the second mission of the university, if you read it, is about Sustainable Development Goal. So no arguments about that. So everybody now works on Sustainable Development Goal. And there's a platform now that we break into the silos. So 2 kuliahs or 2 faculties now must work together, and we ensure that there is at least more than one kuliah working together rather than alone. So it takes time. People to work together. By the end of the day, everybody understands what Sustainable Development Goal is all about, and then they begin to work on teams. Poverty, who wants to work on poverty? So we have number of people or faculty or even students in that particular sense working together. When that is done within the university, now we need to look out. How do you bring the community in? And this is where the community engagements comes in. And I must thank God for this, for giving us COVID. COVID tells us suddenly the community is important. You know, I think without COVID, I think we are still in a world of our own. Now, suddenly, when the university, has a problem, the community come and bail us out. The industry closed down. They say, we don't need you anymore. We have not enough resources to go, no scholarships for you. You have to be on your own. Who bails us out? The community bails us out. And suddenly the community comes in a very real terms. And how do you engage this community? We have no ways, no rules of how to engage. We know how to engage with the industry. They want soft skills. They want this, they want that, you know. For the community, we do not even know how to talk to them because the language has never been introduced into the university. And this is where I think I must thank my colleague who go down and learn the profiling of the community and how to analyze the community, how to talk to them, and how to actually bring them on board. And this is what community engagement is all about at 3 levels. We used to do community engagement as a kind of a token. You go to the community, cut the grass, you know, and that's it. And you go back, you have done. 2 weeks later, the grass grows, you go there and cut the grass again, you know, and then go back and you think you've done, you know. So that is a kind of community engagement, which is okay, but doesn't benefit. The community will say, I can cut the grass, thank you very much, don't come and disturb me, you know, I'll paint the buildings or whatever. So we move from just the hand into the head. So now this is what you have been talking about just now, Professor Yamaguchi, in the way that, you know, how do you use our head to translate some of this knowledge into practical use for a longer time. And this is where the student become fantastically good. They have a lot of ideas, you know, and that's the second level. But the third level that we are interested in, how do we transform the community? And that's where the heart comes in. You know, you need to have emotions, understanding, sympathy. And this is where I think these whole things are culminating into the head, the hand, and the heart sort of model the way we look at it. Yeah. What is more important, I think my colleagues at the back of me, I saw his picture, Professor Faris, the Deputy Rector for Academic and Internationalization, is talking about experiential learning. In other words, get out of the classroom, go to the community, learn from the community as another form of classroom. And after doing that, I think some of the remarks are something like this. They tell us the 3 days in the community is better than 3 years in the university. Formally, they say we learn about poverty in an air-conditioned room, read a book, five factors of poverty, and that's it. And then we go and answer into the exams, and we put all the 5 and we got A. But we still have not seen poverty. We have not experienced poverty. Now, the moment they go into the community, when they see poverty, it is more than 5. Perhaps it's 50. Right? So where are the other 45 coming in is from their own experience. And that's why they say it is more important than just a textbook, often written by somebody else anyway. So this is where I think we begin to change the so-called usrah in action. Usrah means a family. I think we always regard ourselves as a family. But they used to talk about problems, but they never implemented. So this one, say, okay, stop talking now, go and implement it. So this is again where the students come to take like duck to water. They find their own ways on how to experiment. And they become, in this sense, a knowledge producer themselves. They learn, and we now begin to learn from the student what they have done with the community. So the usrah in action, Betsy was talking last night over dinner, this usrah kept on coming. How many levels of usrah have you got? So we've got 3 or 4 levels. I think they will tell you about it. But this is where the binding comes in. They talk about among themselves. They come into a collective understanding of what the solution is all about and making it work and that would be the 3rd and the 4th level where you actually get engaged into the whole activities. Yeah. Meanwhile, the university rewrite its own curriculum, and we have got later on. You will probably see in our gallery what we call the Sejahtera Academic Framework, humanizing education for the post-pandemic. And what does this mean? This whole structure of the university now begins to change, where the community engagement comes in. How do we actually get this done? What are the projects that we need? How do we interact with one another? All these are born into it. And we have arrived at 4 things that the student needs. One is empowerment. One is flexibility. The other one is innovation. And the last one is very important, accountability. They must be accountable for what they do. And I think this has been the force of moving forward in getting our students off the the seats into activities. Yeah, the idea was how to be human being again. So much of technology, yeah, everybody has got these gadgets in their pocket, and sometimes that gadget is the one that tells you what to do, rather than you tell what the gadgets wants to do. So we say, now let's be human again. And how do you be human? We go back into our own, basically, understanding of our own culture. That's what the word Sejahtera is all about. Yeah, how do you be that person that actually moves into this realm of being human, given our context? And we now begin to change the 3M, which what used to be the pre-pandemic. When you talk about education, it's always about manpower, marketability, graduate employment, and so on and so forth. And for that, you need to train the mind to be innovative, to be creative, and so on and so forth. And then for that, you need machines. And the machine is not ordinary machine, high-tech. It must be high-tech. Low-tech means you are not good enough. Yeah. So we get into this high-tech 4G, 5G, and 6G. Sometimes the 2G are not even there. How do you go into 4G when the 2Gs are not there? During the pandemic, we learned some of our colleagues in the rural areas need to climb trees to get connectivity. Yeah. Some of us are in the comfort of our home, but some of them need to climb trees to get connectivity. It is almost ridiculous. What 4Gs are we talking about? So we're going down to the very basics of how equitability, justice, and fairness being distributed eventually through education. So we move the 3M into the 3H. In other words, we don't talk about people in a singular sense. We talk about humanity. You need to learn how to work across the board. Yeah. We're not only talking about the mind or the brain, we talk about the heart at the same time, where the emotions, the feelings are. Again, the pandemic tells us the moment you are locked down for two months, you do not know what to do with yourself, because you have never been trained how to be resilient, how to cope with your emotions. That's therefore suicide, depression, all these mental health things are coming up. And the last one, high tech, fine, but how do you do high touch? In other words, how do you humanize machine rather than the machine making you into a robot? So this shift becomes an important thing that we discuss. And how do you want to do it? And we build our own roadmap where the humanizing education is the heart of the whole thing. I think that we have another probably 2 hours to talk about it, but suffice to know there is this roadmap that tells us where to go when we interact with one another. And these are the portions you will probably see again in the gallery and how do you do that. What is important here is basically to bring back the values that we are missing in terms of being human. And the 3 values that we identify is sympathy, empathy, and compassion. Nothing new, but it's just that it's not there in the curriculum for a long time. And I'm not too sure how many of us even pay attention to this. Yeah? To recognize humanity, you must learn how to sympathize. If you do not know how to sympathize, then I think you are just not there. Right? So when the pandemic comes, you are not even able to sympathize with your neighbor, then forget about humanity. You can't even talk to your neighbor, then forget about this. Is where I think we are brought back by the community. You must understand where the community is and who are suffering for what. And then you begin to give them clothes or food or do whatever that needs to be done so that they are equitable in that sense. So that issue is a very important issue. If you can do something about it, then you work on it. There's a sympathy. You really go there and stay with them, you know, and do what needs to be done. And this is where the students are discovering that they have a lot more empathy than we think they've got. And the last one is, of course, compassion. It's unconditional. It's basically what education is all about. So these 3 values is the one that redefines things for us. And this is where I talk about the head, the heart, and the hand as part and parcel of the curriculum that we are now developing. Yeah, the heart is basically missing. Now we are bringing back the heart into education. And then how do you move then this SDG into our own roadmap? I think that's another tricky thing. Now, everybody who does sort of community work, then they must identify which SDG they are working on. So it gives them a kind of a structure of what to do and where to do and who they can work with, because some people are already working on those particular projects. That is another kind of a platform that we call the new learning sort of experience that our students are experiencing, and our staff also are experiencing, I think, more than the student, because we are never trained into this. Yeah. So we go back to this whole idea of the students. Now what we need to do now is to open up their brain and see what's inside. All right. And what's inside is basically how do they think, and is their thinking in line with what we are trying to do? And there's a lot of this USRA in action talks about this. How do you get yourself realigned again into the mission of the university, the head, the heart, and the hand together, right? And this is where I think the magic is. The moment you can do this and the student begin to understand, then you bring in the community engagement right into the heart of what the student is all about. So the student feel they are part of the community, they are responsible to the community, and they now want to be together with the community. And this is an idea that basically we are trying to work on. It is still very early in the stage, but hopefully it is working, because the last exercise we had, we got 250 odd projects that the student presented, which is actually doable in terms of the so-called community engagement beyond just cutting the grass, and that Professor Yamaguchi is talking about. So from that, I think we built this whole community approach. And the whole community approach then becomes that set of values that we are putting into the university, and hopefully it will roll roll on for the next years to come. Right? So that is then, I think, the metaphor that I want to use. For all this while, I think the flower perhaps is the community, the university, and the community is hanging on to us. There's so few of this community, 200 RCE with 2 billion people hanging on around us. Very soon, I think we will be dragged down. Yeah. So how do you then bring this community back? And that's a metaphor that I used. How do you strengthen this university and integrate it with the community so that we can lift up the weight together, right? And for that, I just want to do this. And this was done at 2 o'clock in the morning last night. I don't know whether it makes sense, but the inspiration comes very late in the night. So the community, I like it because the way we defined it, there is a relationship. The first important thing is about building relationships. You know, knowing people of different culture, different values, different standards. How do you create a harmony, especially with the indigenous people? Building relationship, and sense of belonging, being together and building this very cohesive community is I think, the forte of the university. If the university fails to do this, because we are supposed to create our own community, if we fail to do this, and I think we are not So how do you prolong over it the thing that university is good at: learning, collaborating, and coexisting, recreating, all these things that we have done. How do you combine this together? And therefore, we need to do this dissection, and I'm trying to do this dissection, whether it works. Yeah, it works. Okay, so you split the community into two, and you put in the university right inside. So the relationship now is about learning, it's about collaborating, it's about coexisting, about recreating, right? And then the heart is still there, beating to make sure that everybody is on the same mission and moving in unison. At the end of the day, then we have this community. This is one of the poster that I took from the gallery. And when you go to the gallery, you probably see a bigger picture. So hence you got this word community, nothing magical about it. But I think the realization is that the university will not be able to survive alone until you bring in the community back. And I am very pleased yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, when you see the sketch that was done by the students. You know, I was teary when I see them. We saw them doing this when we visited the school, and they would do this in local language, in our language, you know. And I was very impressed, and I said, "Can you do this presentation for yesterday?" But they say it's in English. I say, "Yes, in English. So what?" Say, "Okay, we'll try." And yesterday, when I saw them speak English, I thought they are from America or Britain, somewhere. There's no slang in their English, and they're very confident, waving their hand and talking at the same time. I wonder whether it's from the same school, you know? But this is what is happening. The moment we take the community in, then you raise the community to another level. And they've got a different level of confidence. And I am very, very happy that this is happening, and we hope many things again will happen. So that is my presentation, and hopefully by the year 2040, if not 2030, that we will be able to present the whole set of what Common University looks like for the future in the name of Professor Hans van Ginkel when he wants to realize this dream. So thank you very much. Salam alaikum.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri. I can see so many people taking notes of the picture. So inshallah, we'll bring that up to our panel discussions after this. But for the moment, for the next 15 minutes, we will have a break with one of the best street foods. And also a very important, very interesting presentations of one of our local culture that is represented by one of our RCE partner. School students, and also what makes it more interesting is that you will see students from refugee status, Syria, Rohingya, together with the students. So let's go out, get across to the other room, banquet hall, where you have the breakfast yesterday, for 15 minutes there, and come back here.
Where is the DK Barat there?
The DK Barat will be in that banquet hall, banquet hall, not hall. Banquet hall across the building. I mean, across the room. Yeah. So let's go there now and then come back in 15 minutes. Enjoy the breakfast and enjoy the presentations.
Okay. Thank you very much. We work together. Right? Thank you. Thank you. How are you? I think that, yeah, I saw sorry?
Let's go to the banquet hall. Yeah, yeah. So, on top or just sit here like this? I don't know. It's on one side. Okay. All right. Can, yeah, so we can. Are we all safe then? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
TV. Kita nak nanti orang masuk sini.
nak orang ni mana?
Tapi kalau tutup nanti kalau orang dia balik lah. Aku risau ada hal tak elok jadi. Tak apa, aku skip lah. Skip je apa ni. Zoom aku skip. Biarlah.
Boleh juga. Boleh juga. Kau keluarkan window je. Baik. Dan saya tak jadikan kat sini. Saya buka laptop ni dekat sana.
Dapat.
Untuk tak apa Rol, satu tak apa Rol, ya je.
Okey, tak apa.
Satu tak apa. Ni apa ni? Kena makan ni? Hah? Ini nanti? Pencet tak? Tak? Ini saya minta banyak je tu ni. Siapa tak makan? Yalah. Okey.
Hah? Oh. Tapi aku bagi kat dia tu, masa aku tak tahu nak macam mana yang dia nak. Jadi aku bagi dia kat Zaidah, suruh dia. Biar dia tengok mana yang dia nak.
Yeah. Get your food ready on the table so that I can enjoy while eating. Okay. Hah? Bolehlah duduk standby sini. Itu dia siapa? Itu apa lagi? Okay. Tadi cakap dah. All right. As I was referring in the other room, so we will have a group of students, primary school students, coming from our RCE partner, Sekolah Setia Budi. All right. So let's welcome them with a big round of applause. This is Pew, the youngest among them, but a very, very talented child.
Kamera tu ni kapek ni reflect pada lampu atas.
In Malay, this is called Dike Barat. Yeah, and I was trying to figure out if there is any English word for that. It's it's Western Zikir. That should not be. That's a very literal translation of it. You will see two sets of children. I mean, one is playing the music. The other one will be doing the sing, yeah, the sing, the singing, the song. Pew, kalau dah ready, start. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Sopan santun anak Melayu, senyum terukir bila disapa. Dalam pantun ku kirim rindu, rindu mengalir di dalam kata. Lemak manis ala amboi, santan kelapa ala amboi amboi, kupan ala manis ala amboi amboi, anak siapa? Lemak manis ala amboi amboi, santan kelapa ala amboi amboi, kupan ala manis ala amboi amboi, anak siapa? Pohon senang, pohon meranti, di tengah-tengah buluh beribu. Adik di sana, abang di sini, di tengah-tengah rindu menderu. Lemak manis ala amboi amboi, santan kelapa ala amboi amboi, kupan ala manis ala amboi amboi, anak siapa? Lemak manis ala amboi amboi, santan kelapa ala amboi amboi, kupan ala manis ala amboi amboi, anak siapa? Hujan di hulu tak reda-reda, ributlah turun bertalu-talu. Abang di hulu, adik di Kuala, ku hanyut rindu dalam. Lemak manis ala amboi amboi, santan kelapa ala amboi amboi, ku pandanglah manis ala amboi amboi, anak siapa? Lemak manis ala amboi amboi, santan kelapa ala amboi amboi, ku pandanglah manis ala amboi amboi, anak siapa?
Budak kecil belakang pula. Okay. All right. We'll keep it hanging there. The continuation to that will be after the panel sessions. So please come back for the next show. So now, if you're ready, if we can suggest you to slowly move to the back to the Senate Hall. So we'll start the next sessions. Buku.
Okay, give to my face.
Bush. Dia dah macam ni. Untuk mana ni? Tapi
Adik ya. Dia punya test tu pick up laju sangat. Aku nak tunggu balik tu.
Jangan terkalang pula ni kasih sikit. Dari sini memang nampak sini sikit, jangan confuse pula. Dari tepi memang kita sikit. Terima kasih. Kata ada yang kulit. Oh, tengah hari kan? Tengah hari pula.
So, as a token of greatest appreciation from the rector, the RCE chair, we would like to call upon to receive the special book. First one, if we can call to the front, our first speaker for the opening remarks from Professor Shinobu Yamaguchi. Or Miss Tokie Izaki will give online. So next we'll call Dato' Yazid, the President of Selayang Municipal Council. Another one. And next, we'd like to call Dr. Betsy King for the hard work in RCE Scotland meeting. Dr. Betsy, are you around? Yes. And next will be Miki Konishi. Is Miki around? Miki from Miki? It's Miki, all right. And the last one, if you recall, yesterday we have put on the banana leaf and all the exhibitions and showcase that we have at PSPK. Would like to call Mr. Henry Sedanam as the co-chair of RCE Greater Gombak. And a nice food yesterday. All right, thank you everyone. Thank you, Tan Sri. Thank you, Tan Sri. We'll now suggest you to move slowly to the next room, and we're ready for the panel sessions to be moderated by Dr. Batson. So the speakers would be Prof. Charles, Yana, Shengru, and another person. So let's slowly move to the other room.
I have the beginning to the one after another, and then we will be right back along the time. I just right my hand. Thank you very
It's called updated.
Yeah.
One to seven, yeah.
Masuk sana bang. Now, ini pada discussion. Jadi satu lagi jadi. During lunch. So,
Paling 1 hour and 8 minutes.
Kalau kita start with baru 12 itu.
Nah,
Terus
lepas kali ikut dan
so kita demo file.
Sorry, it's more like
Sebab masa live tu No, it's not. Yeah. So we'll do the panel now. So all panel session will be here. We just swap. That's why we have another entertainment intermittent in between, so that we can change the setup. So we like to call Prof. Nanung to the front to moderate the sessions. Invite Prof. Nanung to moderate the sessions. How to use that? Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Zainal. Very good morning. Greeting for everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. May peace be upon us. And dear speaker, delegates, and participants, after we have the really brief and comprehensive explanation and description from Dr. Transition just now, we believe that there will be always question to be discussed regarding the sustainability, humanity, and how we are in the university has taken a role in support and enhance this one. So that's why I would like to, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Nanung Agus Fitrianto. I'm from the RCE of Yogyakarta. And really, I feel really honored and also privileged to be here as the moderator for the first sessions with the theme of transformative learning through whole community approach. We will have 4 speakers, 4 really great and wonderful speakers. The first speaker will be Professor Charles Hoskin from the UNESCO Chair in reorienting the ESD from York University, United Kingdom. Thank you for your coming, Prof. And then the second speaker will be Ms. Jana Tulha, Copernicus Alliance, and the third speaker will be Dr. Sengruli, Research Fellow from UNU IS. Thank you for your coming. And the last but not least, where is he? He just sit here. Professor Zainal Abidin Sanusi from the RCE Greater Gombak. And then we will have about 70 minutes in the first panel sessions. And I would like to ask every speaker will deliver their presentation for about 7 to 10 minutes. And after that, started by Prof. Charles Hopkins, and then continued by Ms. Jana Dolha, and then Dr. Sengruli, and the last one, Professor Zainal Abidin Sanusi. And after that, we will have, of course, discussion session for about 45 minutes. So that's the rule and the discussion session. Of course, we will very honored for open the session for any kind of idea, any kind of suggestion, and also my experience to share from different of the RCE from all around the world. Okay, Prof. Hopkins, I would like to give the opportunity to you for the first presentation. 7 to 10 minutes, time is yours. Right this way.
Okay. Then stay this one. Great. Again, my thanks. What I'd like to do is sort of continue what was presented earlier this morning by Director Yamaguchi and Professor Zuhl. They've made some wonderful points that I'd like to build on and opening my part to the discussion. The first thing was Director Yamaguchi said how we needed to localize the SDGs. And I think the work in the community and transforming the way in which we perceive the community and how we relate with the community is extremely important. And I'd like to go one step further, and that is not only localized, but personalized. Somehow we do need to reach right into the community. The second thing that I'd like to talk about is the United Nations is saying we have 3 great problems with education. One is equity. The second one is quality. And the third one is relevance. And I can't think of anything more relevant than working with a sustainable future and working with it in the community. When I guess it's 63 years and 5 months ago, I signed my first teaching contract. Pretty amazing, isn't it? When I started, it was outdoor education. It was education in the out of doors, which had evolved and transformed from conservation education, which was education about the out of doors. In the 70s, I was part of the movement to move from simply in the out of doors to for the out of doors, and that became environmental education. And within a few years, we then moved on again to education from the environment, experiential education. And now we're into place-based education with transdisciplinary based in education with the community and with the environment, so on. But the other thing that Director Yamaguchi said, it's about integrating. And if you'd put the next slide up, please. Yeah, integrating and transforming. In my 63 years, which ended up at informal education, I was superintendent of curriculum for the largest school board in Toronto. And so over the years, I've seen transformations come and go. You know, it's found no one wants to be transformed. We're there to transform others. But I think if we are going to transform others, we need to ourselves reflect and see how we can transform our messages, what we do, how we do it, and to think about doing this. Right now, we need to address 244 million students with no school, 770 who have been in school for years but are still not literate, numerate. We're short almost 70 million teachers in order to deliver it properly. And in the developing world, only 10% of students have access to digital learning and so on. The next slide, please. Director Yamaguchi said something else that was very, very wise. We need to integrate. When Hans von Genkel had the idea of working in the community, long before the delivery of the RCEs. He had the idea, but had no real way of delivering it. When the UN Decade of Education came along, there was something to hitch the idea of transforming education and the role of the communities. He was able to do that. Right now, there is an opportunity for those of us in the RCEs to link in with the bigger picture of quality education as well as relevance. But we need to rethink ESD. If you look in Agenda 2030, each of the chapters, the 17 goals, each of them have specific targets. We should look at all of these, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and align ourselves with that. As well, we can also be part. We should not remain separated out of that, because overall education systems, formal education, are interested in quality. And we have to prove that we are part of that overall quality. Right? We are part of the overall purpose of education, right? And not remain out there and separate. We need to sell ourselves as that. Completing free primary, quality primary and secondary school has always been a part of the original concept of ESD. Put up the next slide, please. When we came up with the first thoughts of what it was in preparing for 1992 for the Earth Summit, we said there were 4 parts. The first was access and retention in quality education. Without an educated public, there would be no development, let alone sustainable development. That was the intent of education for all. And we recognize that as the key first element. But the second one was saying, okay, it's our most educated countries that are creating some of the deepest ecological problems. And so the idea of reorienting the purpose of education, moving the purpose from development to sustainable development. And how do we do that? Now, ESD focuses on that second one. RCEs go even a step further in their work with ESD into the third goal: public awareness, public understanding of the concept and working with it, and the fourth, training programs of all sides. So what we need to do is to think of it in its entirety. Now, on 3 occasions in 2017, 2019, and 2021, the UN General Assembly recognized not education itself, but education for sustainable development, okay, included in that as the key enabler, an integral part of SDG 4, but the key enabler of all the sustainable development goals. So we need to build on that, the integration, moving in as part of it. The next slide, please. Now, we do know about transformation. As say, we like to transform others. I don't think, I won't ask for you to put your hands up if you want to be transformed, right? So what we need to think about how we talk about it and what do we know. Now, getting back to the community, UNESCO has in the roadmap has identified these various stages of, yes, we need the knowledge. Secondly, we need the skills to understand the complexity, the critical thinking skills. We need the experiential exposure, and that's where RCEs are crucial. Most school systems now have such a crammed curriculum that they have no time for experiencing the real world around them. So they limit it to maybe one field trip a year or something like that. And the students have no way of comprehending how you move in and out and treating the whole world around them as their learning place, their classrooms. Originally, classrooms were built to house the scrolls and instruments in times of bad weather. And you learn from what is around you, learning from the indigenous and so on. So we have these stages, and I suggest very strongly that we rethink how we position ourselves, integrate ourselves in with the larger movement. And we have done research, initial research into how ESD can improve the overall quality of education. We do have the links, but we need much more in the way of research to be able to prove it. Because we, as Zul pointed out, we do need to align ourselves with indicators, measurement, be able to prove. So we need to align ourselves more closely with OECD, who is already on to the transformation as well. Right? So we need to align ourselves with CEMEO. We need to align ourselves with the International Association of Universities and those who are coming up, the appraisal systems and so on, so that we can prove what we're talking about and prove our relevance. And the last slide, please. Yeah. So I think that's my 7 minutes. I'll throw it out, and hopefully we can build some discussion around how we rethink what we are doing. Thanks very much.
Perfect. Thank you. And give applause for Professor. Several points that we may understand from his explanation about the focus on the UNESCO, about the quality and the relevancy of the education has become really important at the moment. Of course, for bringing the education, especially into the community itself, the collaboration from the multi-stakeholders is more important than the other between the university itself or even local government or local heroes, etc. I think we will continue by the discussion, Prof, after that. And we would like to give the second opportunity to our second speakers, Ms. Yana Doha. Please kindly to share your knowledge.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor and for also inviting me to this conference, because it's an extremely inspirational conference. I am Jana Dlouha from Czech Republic, and I am involved in 3 institutions, which experience of which will be highlighted in this presentation: Copernicus Alliance, Charles University Environment Center, and RC Czechia. These are institutions, and I will not present results of research because I just want to put on table some ideas for further discussion. So please, another slide. I have benefited from this very nice title of this session, which is Transformative Learning Through Whole Community Approach. So I will go from approach to community to the whole and to transformative learning, just to reflect what's the meaning of the word. So I will start with approach. So no, further on. Yes, approach. And what does it mean? In ESD, we need, besides didactical methods, we need also approaches, because didactics or methods are designed to reach a goal which is already set, already there, while in ESD we have to move towards uncertain future, and we need to provide a guidance on this way. And this is exactly what RCs are supposed to do. They are not so embedded in this philosophy of efficiency, of competition, and so on. And we have also, you have mentioned many approaches in education, and we have recently explored links between ESD and arts education or creativity education, and discovered that there are many links in that, because creativity is about opening your mind, about respecting each other, about imagination of the future. And through creativity, you can develop many action competencies. So it's extremely fruitful to have cooperation of environmental or sustainability education actors with creativity. And besides that, you can also promote community values much more than this individualistic approach. So this is also expressed in many documents by UNESCO. The second word which I would like to reflect upon is community. Community, yes. This is just to illustrate what we have been doing in the field of community, but I would like to point out that community approach is something which should be developing over time, as well as communities in the world have greatly changed. I was born at a time when there were 2 billion people on planet, and now it's 8 billion. So it's during lifetime the population extremely increased, and this have had impact on, especially on global community, while local communities are still a model, or should be a model of capitalizing on local resources, of sustainable way of life, and of also something like circular economy should be more relevant for local communities than these global ones, because of course in global cycle, economic cycle, wastes are not visible, and so on. In this project, which we have, no, just stay there, which we have had in our country, we have been partnered as a university with local action groups, which are rural communities all over our country. And it was extremely interesting to be with them, to make some qualitative research on their possibilities to involve with SDGs, because we discovered that there is a great potential of local actors, of different local actors, to contribute to SDGs. And also the factor that they require or miss very much is education. So lifelong learning education for these local actors could really change the scene a little bit. Next slide. Next word is whole. It's a holistic principle, which is already there in ecosystems, and it somehow disappeared from our social relationships. So we have to move back to holistic perception of the world, and it is somehow difficult on higher education level, because knowledge is very compartmentalized. But now, if universities are supposed to transform themselves in sense of operations, there is a chance to partner, at least within universities, with different actors, with different staff of university. And this is a project which is supposed to be somehow building cooperation of 25 Czech universities. Next slide. Transformative learning. This is something which is very important to bring about. This next slide. it is quite easy on the or more easy on basic and secondary education level, while on tertiary education level, to transform teaching is relatively difficult. So these are resources of Copernicus Alliance, which is greatly involved in transformation. So I will stop here. The experience is that the transformation of our societies could start at universities, because they are leaders in society, and to this end, universities should transform themselves in sense not only how they align with sustainable development goals, but also what's the way they educate their students. Maybe that's all. Thank you very much for attention.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes, the theme of the ESD is always concerned with the economic, environment, and also social culture, even in the basic and medium education, and also the higher education. I really emphasize this and would like to underline several statements, which is work together with the community, localizing the SDGs into the communities really become a concern right now. And then, of course, the approach method, the creativity, how to enhance and how to support this kind of implementation into the community. Thank you so much for your explanation, Yana. We would like to continue for the next speaker, Dr. Lee. Are you ready? Okay, time is yours now.
Hello, good morning, everyone. It's a great honor to be here with experts in education. And I'm Shenru Li from United Nations University. So I will talk, my talk will focus on the approach part where Yana has mentioned. The focus is on action-oriented pedagogies in terms of transformative learning through whole community approach. Next slide, please. Okay, so I would like to start with a brief history of ESD. So can you click to the next? So the ESD started, well, the formal movement started with the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development. And the concept of ESD was further developed by UNESCO and recently integrated to be part of the ESD for 2030 agenda. Next slide, please. So in short, ESD is education that fosters the builders of a sustainable society, and it promotes the learning and teaching that empowers individuals and communities to take action towards create a more sustainable future. It also has an interdisciplinary approach where many different themes of the knowledge and a wide range of disciplines should cross and work together to make ESD happen. Next slide, please. And in fact, transformative learning is at the core of ESD. And the ESD really aims to equip the individuals with knowledge, skills, attitude, as well as the values needed to understand the complex environmental, social, as well as economic challenges facing the world today. Therefore, the critical, creative, and systematic thinking about sustainable development becomes very important, and the engagement in transformative learning experience can lead to personal and societal change. Next slide, please. So we did an analysis of the SDGs that is our focus of the RCE initiatives within the Global RCE network. And we found SDG 3, SDG 11, 12, 13, as well as 15 are the top focused SDGs among the RCE global network. So next slide, please. And as you can see, SDG 3 focuses has 112 initiatives focusing on that, which is good health and well-being and sustainable cities, responsible consumption, production, climate action, as well as life on land. And it's not hard to see that these SDGs are environmentally focused. So next slide, please. Therefore, we did a search of the literatures as well as academic references on what is what does transformative learning means, and what are the qualities that ESD is nurturing in environmental education as well as ESD education. So action competence came as a very important keyword, which refers to a capability based on critical thinking and incomplete knowledge, in fact, to involve yourself as a person with other persons in responsible actions and counteractions for a more humane world. It is also a fundamental competence honed by transformative learning within ESD initiatives. The implications for teaching and learning with regard to action competence is that the education should provide for the learners a fair, not only informed and aware, but capable of acting sustainably when faced with current and future environmental problems. Next slide, please. Right, so the previous work summarized 9 criteria for designing an action-oriented ESD project, and this involves the participation, involvement of the student body in the decision of the ESD initiatives, social learning, exposure to real issues, interdisciplinary perspective, complexity of the issues, the promotion of the critical thinking among learners, actions by the learners, as well as community engagement. Next slide, please. So we at United Nations University, we are granted a 3-year research fund to look more into the action-oriented pedagogies for ESD. And for this year, we have done a series of focus group discussions as well as interviews with our RCE partners. Thank you very much for your active participation. And I would like to share some of the findings, preliminary findings, especially with regard to community engagement. Next slide, please. So next one, please. So in fact, community engagement, the function of the community in transformative learning has been highlighted. Okay, thank you. In almost all of our discussions. So RCE Georgetown said that we should not focusing solely on targets and indicators, but considering company goals and how the SDGs can align with them, because they find it is very important to speak a common language, even with the private sector, to engage more stakeholders in sustainability. And as all of us sitting here, we're all familiar with SDG sustainability, but from their experience, that might not be the case with private sectors and people who are a bit far away. So speaking the common language and having the atmosphere to bring them on board is an important lesson learned. And RCE Burlington, as well as Sherburne Farms in the States, said that through a whole community approach, students critically explore sustainable development issues, working hand in hand with their communities to address deep systemic challenges using the best practices of youth-adult partnerships and participatory action. Next slide, please. RCE Ruhr from Germany, well, they emphasize the use of 7 gardens, which is a very interesting initiative to expose learners to the gardens and create colors from organic materials from the vegetables. And they find that this practice begins in a simple garden space, but its reach extends globally, fostering a sense of community through certifications and using certifications to bring a sense of community, adapting to the real world challenges, as well as establishing diverse collaborations that drive holistic movement. RCE Friesland from the Netherlands, and the characteristics of this place is that Netherlands is in fact the 2nd largest agricultural exporter globally. So they want to address the soil depletion by partnering with schools, medical professionals, and others to study the connection between soil care, food quality, and health. So these are all wonderful existing RCE initiatives that brings on a broader community for the achievement of ESD. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wonderful. yes, emphasizing in the interdisciplinary approaches, integration into the knowledge of the ESD become one of your point. Yeah? And then also student participation in the learning process, especially when we have to deal with the community directly. Of course, it is become important also, and multi-stakeholder collaboration from study case from several RCE you have presented in the presentation. Thank you so much. Then the last but not the least, of course, this is the main idea that we have to listen together. Please, Professor Zainal.
All right, it was a pleasure. But thank God that Prof. Zul is out. But Prof. Aris is at the back. So I'll try. I mean, this is also a reflection of also a journey that will continue from RCE Penang. Yeah, putting all these ideas for 2007. So at our campus, we try to open up the ideas to really translate this RCE into actions. And I was Prof. Zul saying this, the ideas of community university. So I'll be talking based on that attempts of us trying to put that into real actions on the ground where the challenges really are. Can you put a slideshow so I can move my clicker? So we argue that we put up a narrative that a new model of university is needed, whereby we thought that the community university is the concepts, whereby we put all these things together, because we know that the ideas of RCE is to bring all the 4 stakeholders together. So we thought that community university is the platform, RCE is the platform that bring them all together. Or can you just have to move the slide? Okay. Okay, all right. So here, the transformations that is reached by everyone is a nice word. We can have all kind of discussions and the time of that one, but it's not easy on the ground. Yeah. So and we are doing our best in order to really put these transformative educations, even drastic change on certain regulations of the post-COVID and pre-COVID and post-COVID educations. So basically, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 components that we try to happen again like that. Okay, can you just go to the next previous slide? This slide, next slide. Okay, these are the 6. These are the 6 components that we try to put up on the ground. First one is engagement with external local community. And this is something that we thought very critical. Unless and until it happens, you don't really know what university is supposed to do. Yeah, all this while we moving quite inclined towards meeting the needs of the industry, whereby we left behind the societal demand for it. And we found that RCE Greater Gombak is, the RCE platform is a platform that is best provide us the possible opportunities to translate all this engagement in a more structured way. And on top of that, there must be change within the institution. There is the curriculum that needs to be changed. While you see some before attempt would be like some universities trying to change the curriculum, but the outside ecosystem is not supporting it to be translated into action. So you would see the actual transdisciplinary implementations of the knowledge generations and knowledge sharing. And then in an attempt to translate that curriculum implementation, of course, we are guided by the principles and frameworks of ESD. And further to that, the other components is that the community engagement ecosystem that we talk about. This community engagement ecosystem, as was mentioned, one of the 7 steps that Prof. Zul was mentioning is that it has to be structured. It has to be structured in a way that it cannot just be a community services. So it has to be in the form of community empowerment, meaning is that we do see a lot of students doing food aid, giving out handout kind of thing, but that's not enough. That's not enough to give deep learning for the students to really instill the values that we want to. And we believe at the end of the day, is the students that we talk about. Sometimes we get excited talking about all this agenda at the management level, but not really reaching the student that is the agent. And this is in this context, we see the use as the main reference. Next slide. In RCE Greater Gombak, this is how we do it. We've got 3 areas that is somehow, hopefully, to encapsulate the main ideas. One is a community approach. The other one, being an international Islamic university, we thought that spirituality or religion in that context is very important. We realized that we may have the 17 SDG, but if the foundation of ethics, spirituality is not right, it will not move to the direction that we want. And we try to champion the third component that is there. There is the indigenous knowledge and local wisdoms. So you will see yesterday the presentation by the indigenous people and all local wisdom that we try to highlight and sustain. Next slide. And we bring this with a very strong support. You will see partially two field visit yesterday to partners, and in the symposium that in the Jamalullah symposium in the afternoon, you see the booths of all the partners, and from that partners you see how we try to be as comprehensive, as inclusive as possible. So it range from environmentally based organization up to socioeconomic support NGOs. Next. Next slide, you see for yourself there. So these are the activities that we've been doing all along throughout this engagement. And when we immerse in the process, then only we know what went wrong inside the curriculum and what is needed actually in the society. And we make sure that this is somehow being directly translated in the curriculum. Yeah, a wish can be a wish forever on the paper, but unless and until we put this on the ground, then only we know what is actual challenge on the ground and what does the student really need. And we need in consultations of what is needed by the students, but not just the wish of us to do this and that. Next slide. And these are the activities we'll be doing. So what happened is that all the students, we can say, I think, Prof. Faris, that we are the only university that make it compulsory community engagement service for engagement for 2 semesters. So we hope that 2 semesters will really provide DNA among our students, with the support from RCE partners to really highlight that concern. Next slide. So, and also we try to do something that will make a difference. We know that in Malaysia, since we don't ratify yet the conventions of the UNHCR, so the students are not, the refugees are not allowed to take formal educations in the national curriculum. We've got purposely 2 students, Khadija and Ainur, from Rohingya, that we try to bring them into access to educations. So this is what I mean, but we really need to put the text on the ground. Next slide. And also importantly, I think I shared before that the other important component is to engage with the politicians. We know very well that the political will can be the most important factor. Without that, you can have a very beautiful roadmap, but without the support politician, we're not going anywhere. So what we do is we've got engagement, direct engagement with the members of parliament, and we do SDG capacity building, and also together with them projects on ESD on the ground. Next slide. So this is quite common. I think the other speakers have been elaborating on this, the components of ESD. And finally, the thing that we'd like to share, you may have heard this yesterday, that the word of Usrah in Actions is the community engagement platform that we're doing. So you will have each semester 2,500 students with 120 projects, 100 instructors going to the ground, carrying out this agenda of VSDs on the ground, empowering the community. So we've got Usrah 1 first semester, Usrah 2 second semester. So we've got the detail for that. And then next slide. Next slide. So Zahida will be elaborating on this in next sessions. So that's all, Prof. Nano. So we hope that we have illustrated to you how is the actual challenge on the ground. We want to translate the agenda of ESD, SDG on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Actually, you may speak more because this forum is yours.
Equity and fairness.
Well, thank you so much. The most important thing is what also Tan Sri Zul just presented, emphasizes by Professor Zainal about the new model of the community. I think that this is a kind of new platform, how we can bring together the stakeholders into one mission and one vision, one action to address the ESD itself. It's really a good concept, I think. And then what's actually International Islamic University Malaysia's strength in the ESD implementation? Even when we are entering the main gate, we may see the RCE Guten Gombak and that. I don't know whether our university and our hometown, can we find this kind of action in the vision, in the mission, even in the internal curriculum infused by the ESD strength than the other one. I think that's good option from Professor Zainal. And also, of course, the experience for engage with the politician. Personally, I don't really like politicians. And then election, everything, power, everything. But you have your experience to be engaged with that. I think this is also good. When we are engaged with the community, the rural areas community, students, or personally farmers who living really in the suburban situation. I think it's challenging, of course, it's challenging. But working with the politicians look like, it's kind of feeling like that. So I think that all of participants from the different RCE will have different experience also in implementing how ESG itself, engage with the community itself. I would like to open this forum to all of you because we still have plenty of time, I think, for the discussion process. Well, please raise your hand, state your name, which one? Okay, one question from that side. Then I will open for the 3 questions first for the first session.
Okay.
One, then the other, please. From the different area of region. Prof. Mario, perhaps you have to say something. I'll give the opportunity also to Prof. Mario after, and then the other one more question, please. No, maybe online. Oh yeah, of course we have our partner online. Hello everyone. Can you hear my voice? And please feel free to say something if you want to address your idea and also question wherever you are. Okay, please state your name and also your from.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all. I am Aswati Hamzah. I am fellow researcher at RCE Penang. At the same time, I'm also educational psychologist. So that's why it is not maybe a question or maybe just I kind of spotting a missing gap here. Okay, when we go back to Prof. Charles Hopkins from the first input just now, he mentioned about the personal level, the personal level, which is to me is very important because this is the energy that actually drive you to understand first, and then only you'll be able to take any action. Okay, and from my own experience for quite a decade now, maybe with RCE Penang, and I think for maybe this is my field, educational psychologist, where the action pedagogy, action-oriented pedagogy really need something from the internal energy that will drive you or force you to be able to connect with others. Okay, and then what we have today from the presentation, I think is inspiring because they come up with a model of communiversity. However, I'm thinking also about others who was not so fortunate, meaning that the RCE not actually governed by the university, or they are actually formed in independent or separate institution from the university. So where are they going to get all this information and how to actually accommodate their needs and the way how to go about, when it comes to whole community approach, where maybe I think from my own perspective, when I work to the community itself, those who are not from the university or institution are actually well informed about the local needs as well as their capability and as well as their own specialties, in helping as well. There's just that they are not well versed with all the terms of SDG. However, the component or the substance of SDG is actually in their personal level of knowledge as well as their action. So how are we going to get all things together which is for me will be more valuable, at the same time will be more concrete foundation for SDG to be fulfilled. Maybe I would like to suggest for all of you here to think about the tools. What is the tools for action-oriented pedagogy? Okay, the main tools of action-oriented pedagogy, because the tools is missing here. And for my own observation, there's one suggestion from actually UNESCO itself, which is system thinking. That's all from me. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Dr. Aswati from RCE Penang. Well, about the personal level, how to encourage yourself, and then a lot of information, accommodation from the community approaches. I would like to ask for the speakers who want to give some, suggestion also, but please.
Thank you very much. I also consider personal level in this transformative education very important, especially because if there is not personalization of the values, of sustainability values, it could be perceived as an ideology which is imposed on learners, and they just obey some external guidance. I would like to point out that concept of transformative learning as established by Jack Mezirow. It was established for lifelong learning, and it included several stages, and one of the stage is questioning the basic values which are underneath your habits and also patterns of thinking. This is something which needs to be done, because we are all growing up in some consumer society, and we have to rethink the principles on which our societies are built. Of course, if you deal with smaller children, that this must be done very carefully so that they are not somehow offended, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Please.
Yeah, thank you very, very much for the question. The importance, as Professor Zul pointed out this morning, of breaking down the silos is extremely important. Currently, the idea of 4.1 to 4.6 is a way of delivering the current education system better. But simply doing that is not going to be enough. It's our well-educated people that are part of the problem. Right? So what we need to do is to come up with new knowledge. We have to come up starting with new values. What do we really care about? What is important in life? And so on. And from that, from the values through to the knowledge, and then from knowledge to perspectives and actual worldviews. Now, the way to do that, in UNESCO in 1992, the very first program they took was not looking at simply disciplinary, multidisciplinary. They went right to transdisciplinary, where you bring the various disciplines together. We need sociology, we need psychology, we need marketing, we need the various different working together to actually transform society, right? But transdisciplinarity not only has the disciplines, it works with the community. It works with the people who are to be transformed. RCEs, centering around universities, have a fantastic opportunity, but we need to come up, we need to be able to describe it, we need to be able to sell it, we need to get the resources to do honest, deep research in this. But RCEs have the potential to really bring about the kind of transformative change that is out there. We have the contacts to the communities. We have the trust. We have the ability to reach out. We need to build on that. So I'll stop at that point. But thank you, Pastor, for how do we do it?
Thank you so much, Prof. Then the next speaker response, please.
You want to speak first? Okay. To me, I would like to challenge the whole ideas that we just have to shift totally the ideas of like classroom is the best way of education. We just have to move outside, and that will change the whole thing. Who is the stakeholders? And that's why we believe that community is the best teacher and the best book as well. So secondly, I think Aswati, the questions of whether we have how to bring these people together is clearly indicated in the ESD framework that you've got to bring the 4 stakeholders. Unless and until these 4 stakeholders, which is the universities, the academia, the industries, the government agencies, and the society together, the change will not happen. So if you're still talking and expecting that those people to be doing on themselves, we are not talking about transformative education. Bring them, all of the 4 together here. As you had seen now, the NGOs are here, the community. Just that we may lack the business people here. So if we can bring these 4 together, that is exactly what ESD is talking about.
Thank you so much. Then, Dr. Lee, do you have any comment?
Yeah, with so many great ideas, I would like to just emphasize on I think that as Professor Aswati mentioned about how to drive people and the motivations, especially internal motivations of the people. In fact, I think the internal motivations is, well, compared to external motivations, is an important factor to drive sustainable and long-term personal changes. And Professor Zaino mentioned about moving away from the classroom. And in fact, the classroom has been highly focused on cognitive learning, delivery of knowledge. And in fact, the education system is yet to fully transform into the use of the development of social emotional learning as well as behavioral learning. And these are aspects that ESD, especially RCEs, could foster outside the classroom. And I have to acknowledge that the partnerships, especially with external partners, is a key method to achieve this goal.
Perfectly, yes, perfectly, Dr. Lee. Well, multi-disciplinary approaches, moving outside from the classroom, out of the box, multi-stakeholder bring together. I think it's become 3 keywords today's discussion. I hope it really open our mind and also open our knowledge how we can emphasize this and also implementing the ESD into the community, even inside also in the university. To close and also to close and also to conclude everything from the first this panel discussion, I would like to ask Professor Mario to do so. Please.
Thank you. Since you mentioned my name, I feel uneasy. Not to say a few words, but I think the key message that we heard this morning, right from the opening remarks of the director of UNUIAS, the keynote speech, and the panelists, is that the most effective strategy to transformative learning is localizing the global framework. So you've got the global framework, the SDGs in particular, and localizing them. Now, the question is about tactics. It's not the strategy. Now we know the strategy. And if you come to the community and bring the framework, global framework to them, introduce them, push it through them, it will not work. They will not be interested. They are not motivated. Why should we adapt and embrace a global framework? But it should be the other way around. If you come to the community and talk to them on the real issues confronting them face to face, day by day, talk about the issues, then you get the cooperation right away. And then from the real issues of the community, you can go up and link it with the framework and say that, you see, you have a global framework and this will help you achieve the goals and aspirations of the community. So the tactical is the way you approach the community. Now, Yana, I think this was also echoed by Chuck. Now, Yana, you talk about creativity. It's community versus individuality, which is very important in transformation, because you have got to tie the transformation to the goals and aspirations of the community, not to particular individuals. Individuals could help, as leaders, for example, but the overarching way to do it is to tie your ambitions to the goals of the community and their aspirations. And the role of the RCE comes in here, and Shingro mentioned about the achievements of the RCEs. Globally, you have got all those distribution of the kinds of issues that the RCEs are working. And in particular, in localizing the SDGs, we had 2 joint projects which were participated by RCE Yogyakarta and RCE Penang on how to localize it. Those 2 projects, joint projects, were delivered under the auspices of the ProsperNet. We have the other network that we have, ProsperNet. So that's an example of how RCEs can contribute. And Zainal talked about commune university, which we could tie with the global learning space. You see, Hans van Ginkel talked globally about global learning space, where the RCE is a node, is a classroom. RCE is a classroom, a real-world classroom, which could be connected to the global learning space, which is a network of RCEs. And through the concept of Como University, I think perhaps we can proceed and get farther into it. So that's my overall observation of the discussion that we have so far in the morning. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mario. And let's give a big applause to our presenter, all of us. I hope that this season gives you knowledge, insight, everything. And because we have a limited time, I would like to give the time to Master of Ceremony, please. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us.
Waalaikumsalam. And once again, thank you very much for the panelists for a wonderful and insightful discussion. To express our appreciation, I would like to invite Professor Faris, the Deputy Director of Academic and Internationalization, to present the token of appreciation, please. May I invite Professor Nano Agus from RCE Yogyakarta for moderating the Transformative Learning Through Whole Community Approach panel. Thank you, Prof. Nano. May I invite Professor Charles Hopkins, the UNESCO Chair in Reorienting Education for Sustainable Development from York University. Please welcome Ms. Jana Dwalha from Copernicus Alliance. May I invite Dr. Shangru Li, Research Fellow at UNU IAS. Thank you, Doctor. And last but not least, please welcome Professor Dr. Zainal Abidin Sanusi, the coordinator of RCE Greater Gombak. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we will proceed with the next panel discussion. I would like to invite moderator Dr. Betsan Patricia from RCE Waikato to moderate the panel discussion on partnership and global movement for whole community approach. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, friends. First of all, in accordance with the ways we begin conference presentation, I'd like to acknowledge the spiritual realm, and that includes the faiths, the many faiths of people who are here, or the recognition of the world beyond our immediate knowing. Okay, thank you. Greetings to the River Gombak. We also bring greetings from Titiwangsa Mountains, excuse my pronunciation, and acknowledgements to this magnificent house of the International Islamic University of Malaysia for the wonderful sort of splendid environment that we're in, and for all the facilities, and of course, most of all, for the beautiful hospitality here. Greetings especially to the most senior people here, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dulsliki. We greet Charles Hopkins, and also Professor Yamaguchi. It's lovely to meet you. I'm not sure where she is now. Oh, yes. And Professor Mario, recognizing your leadership. And Kiran, it's always dangerous to start names because I'm thinking of the recognition of senior people here, and Dr. Park, of course, who's been with in senior roles with the RCE. So as we say, greetings to all leaders and to the Sujatara Centre of RCE Greater Gombak. Thank you for your wonderful arrangements and hospitality and that special spirit. We just want to pinch you and have you in our places for all your skills. Thank you. And we greet representatives of ministries that are here today giving us support. And to all RCs, this global conference is that special time when we can meet everyone from all continents. And so we give you thanks for that opportunity. Also wanted to join in recognising the passing of Hans van Ginkel and others who we may have lost in the time since we last met. So in recognising those who've passed on, we do have ability to keep them present with us and to keep alive the inspiration of their lives. So in acknowledging those who've passed on and all the senior people here, I turn now to the world of the living, and in particular to our esteemed panelists. And before I introduce you, I mean, the rules say 7 minutes each. However, we did some mathematics, and 37 divided by 3 actually comes to 12.3. And so, Dr. Yuan Kwang has been negotiating with me and saying, but there needs to be provision for English as a second language. So, so you're allowed 14 minutes, possibly, as long as you keep us interested and engaged. I won't be rude and intervene, but I'll give you a note if I think we're going too long, because we will look for the interaction. So we have Roger Petrie, and so maybe I'll just start. Maybe I should just mention who each of you is, and then we'll go around. So Roger's Professor of Philosophy at Luther College, University of Regina in Saskatchewan, Canada, probably known to us most as from RCE Saskatchewan, and quite an active writer and author in the fields of sustainability. And I think of you as in responsible production and consumption. And I think we're going to just get into the world of trade and globalization and education for sustainability. So we're looking forward to that, Roger. So Dr. Yuan Kuang Park has a PhD in anthropology, and talking to her last night, I found that she's had an interest in Chinese minorities in other countries. She, of course, is well known to us and has had many senior roles, including former vice chair of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, founding chair of UNESCO National Commission for Education on Sustainable Development, ambassador for water resources. We've got more to talk about. And of course, she's very well known as the chair of the board of RCE Tongyang. So we'll look forward to that. And then Anita Ahmad, who's from My SDGs, a non-profit sector. So that will bring a different perspective. And as I understand it, is part of advocacy for regenerative economies, transforming towards circular economy and supporting renewable energy, and has been involved in humanitarian disaster responses. So I think from Johor and that prosperity of the state that's, well, a state that is looking for a prosperous and sustainable business environment, perhaps. Anyway, so Roger, we will enjoy you leading us out.
All right. Let's see. Very good. Okay, so if we can get the slideshow going, very good. So I was, you know, as a philosopher, I always question, well, how do I bring greetings, right? And you know, you're all colleagues, you're all friends, but it was Lyle Benko, my former co-coordinator of RCE Saskatchewan, who always emphasized we're family. So I guess greetings, brothers and sisters. I'm from RCE Saskatchewan in Western Canada. It's Treaty 4 and Treaty 6 territory. And so I also bring greetings from that space. And as the advisor for the Americas, I also want to bring greetings from the RCE's Americas. So let's see if this works. Oh, okay, could I have the next slide? Okay, maybe just put them all up there. Yeah. Very good. So as a philosopher, I guess I have questions. I always have questions. And if we don't get the questions right, then we don't get the answers we need. So one of the things I think about is, well, how do we do a whole community approach at diverse scales? I mean, I think we're quite aware as RCEs how we do it regionally, and we've been pioneering that work. But how do we do it if we want to bring RCEs, say, at a country level together? How do we do it across a continent? And then how do we do it globally? So that's one key question. What does it even mean to do that? Secondly, how do we build a global ESD movement? All right. And so what are some of the underlying factors for that to happen? And then finally, how do we create lasting partnerships? And I think the reason we need to think about that is we're interested in sustainable development. So if our partnerships aren't lasting, then we've probably made a mistake. All right. So one of the things I always like to do as a philosopher is to go back to the origins. And I really appreciated Chuck's comments this morning that brought us back. And so whole institution approaches started in educational contexts, universities, schools. And so we have a few definitions here, and I won't read through them, but it really looks at what are some of the key institutional features that hold an organization together at various levels, that we transform all of those features of those organizations. And so when we think about whole institutional approaches at a community level, we can go back to this, all the good work that was done at this level and say, okay, well, how is a region like a university or a school, right? How is a continent like a university or a school? So we don't have to reinvent the wheel all the time, but we can reason analogously and say, in what ways do the learnings apply to these other scales, and in what ways are they different? Next slide, please. So when we think about this, in a way, we're thinking about individual organizations and individuals as learners, and then we're thinking of the different scales as the institution. Well, you know, an organization is brought together consciously, deliberatively with resources and so on. Regions and global systems, they happen. They appear. They've got different types of things that link them together. And we need to be mindful of what those linkages are. The other thing we need to think about is how do we embed what we are learning as RCEs around ESD and the SDGs into those scales. So for instance, if it's global trade agreements that are holding the world together in terms of markets, we actually have to think about that. Or if it's international policies from the UN, we have to think, well, how do we take the learnings from RCEs and build it into those structures? And part of the reason we have to do that is because I think all of us realize RCEs are onto a good thing. We realize that we are transforming livelihoods and creating new spaces. And if we don't inform these larger systems that, oh, believe it or not, the world is pregnant. There are interesting things that are going to be coming out of RCEs in the next few years. You need to adjust for what is happening, right? Well before the baby arrives. And so I think that's pretty important as well. So look at some of the things we might think about, right? In industry associations, government regulators, union associations. How do we take our learning and build it into those structures? Next slide. Oh, let's see, this will do it. Okay, and where are the gaps? Okay, so the other thing we have to think about is how do we bring people together in terms of ethics and in terms of identities that are going to work at those scales. And so, of course, when we think about governments and working with governments across borders and so on, citizenship is that core identity. And we need to think about the value that undergirds that, which is, of course, the dignity and worth of every single human being on this planet. And so why should we use all the good work done by UNESCO around global citizenship? Because those are questions we should be asking and embedding the values of those in our RCE projects. And of course, if we acted better as global citizens, then maybe we would become better citizens within our own countries. So in a way, it works the other way around. We've also talked a bit about the need to make our educational work very personal. Okay, what does that mean? In a global economy, in a global system, in many ways, it's market institutions that are holding this global system together, market institutions. So we need some type of identity that embraces the idea of the individual as an investor in their own livelihood, as a manager of their own livelihood, as a worker in their own livelihood, seeking profit, broadly understood on their own livelihood. That is a whole structural discourse, which is a key that is universalizable in a global market space. If we aren't using that discourse as a lens, I think we are making a mistake. And part of it too is the idea that this is personal. Every time you talk to each individual, each person has a livelihood. If they don't have a livelihood, they're not surviving. They might not have a job, but everybody has to have a livelihood. And so this, I think, is a key to getting at that. But it's not an easy concept. Citizenship is not an easy concept. Sustainable livelihood is not an easy concept, but we can build the education into those processes. And then finally, as scholars, I think we have to think about ourselves in terms of sustainable scholarly livelihoods, right? What motivates scholarship? Well, discovery, right? We're curious. That is what, if you want to mobilize a university, then talk about new discovery. And of course, we realize the extent of the new discovery we are undertaking when we start customizing our livelihoods to regional ecosystems, customizing it to local cultural patterns, existing livelihoods, but transformed in new ways. And so that academic freedom, and this is a point that Hans van Ginkel made, the university provides that, has that freedom, and it's a great responsibility. With RCEs, we are now extending that freedom to communities. Let's not be mistaken. If we're only at 15% in the achievement of the goals, in many ways, we have to be transforming at a far more accelerated pace, and that will be disruptive, right? I mean, I loved what we toured yesterday, and we saw, look at what these livelihoods look like in a transformed, accountable space to local communities. Well, if we scaled that up to all of Kuala Lumpur, there will be major changes, and the protection of academic freedom to our scholarly sisters and brothers who are working as sustainability practitioners in communities. They need that I don't know, protection? I mean, the ivory tower was, the tower was there for freedom, right? So maybe it's a question of now we're extending the fortifications into the community. Maybe it's not just eliminating, it's actually empowering people to have that freedom. Finally, community questions and their participation creates the abundance so that the whole community can survive and thrive, and the universities can also survive as part of that context. Next slide. So what are some key values that go along with this? Well, one of these is solidarity. No university left behind, no region left behind, no country left behind. If you want a movement, you have to build that in from the start as a core set of values. Next bullet there. Difference, right? We realize as RCEs, we don't want monocultures. We want to be learning from each other. So we have to value the diversity of livelihoods of each individual and the diversity of livelihoods within our regions. Finally, we have to realize there's the cultural dimensions that are the core that underlie a lot of these things. If we want to really be integrating regions of regions and showing that deeper kind of hospitality that we need to show, then if we're not talking to our indigenous communities, they know a lot about showing hospitality, right? Our faith traditions know a lot about that, cultural groups. If we want to build harmony within our communities in North America, we probably need to talk to our Rotarians, our Kiwanis groups, right? If they aren't part of your RC, that's an issue. Next slide. And then finally, we have to think about partnerships in times of uncertainty. So extending the breadth of invitation because we have to in many ways, right? We don't know where the knowledge is. Even within the universities, it's probably a lot of the older parts of the universities that we are forgetting that need to be at the table, right? Talking about love is actually an old part of the university in terms of philosophy and traditions. Hospitality to outsiders is key. Why? Because RC regions need to discover themselves, but they discover themselves through other regions. Right? It's the outsider that teaches us. And then finally, building up a shared set of resources that enable new livelihoods to flourish. That is something that we can do on campuses, but we need to be doing it in the broader community because ultimately it is through doing things together that we build trust, right? And that's really critical. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much.
We've been advised that our session overall is a bit shorter, so don't worry, carry on, but we've got, we thought. Thank you.
Oh, that's right. Okay, thank you for your kind introduction. And this morning, I decided to tell you a very interesting story of Tongyong RC, how it started 18 years ago. We've been this morning talking about community and everything, and Roger talking about this outside and inside concept, but they're all based on community, right? So when I first went to Tongyong, 2004, that's my first time to be there. And I was shocked to see the beauty of the nature and enchanted by the very great history of Admiral Lee and their art-oriented environment. But that's the time when Vin Genko asked me, let's have one RCE in Korea. So I grabbed the arms of Mayor who was standing by me. Let's start the RCE here. And he's looking at me, you know, the person he never saw before. Because in that area, Gyeongsang province, the patrilineal value is very critical against, you know, this usually women are, you know, segregated from men. The most value of that kind of patrilineality in Gyeongsang province. So he just moved back, said, what? He's looking at me. What is what? What is ours? So he didn't pay any attention to me. So I just told him, if you have any interest in it, call me. So after 2 months and a half, he called me. That's how Tongyong RCE started in 2004. And so I was attached to the Yonsei University at that time in Seoul, the second best university in Korea. So with several professors and Tongyang community, we started to prepare for recognition of RCE from the UN University. So after 1 year, we got recognition finally. But I'm outsider. I'm nobody there. They are very inner kid, they're asking, when they introduce each other, she's my senior by 2 years in my high school. She's my junior, always like that. I was not born there. I don't have any relative there. Completely outsider. And I selected the one, most of you know Wonjung Byun, who's working in Paris. So I select Wonjung and send her down there. I was in Seoul. So it's a remote control from Miss Seoul and Wonjung down there. Wonjung happened to be a gorgeous person who fell in love in Tongyang at that time. So these two outsiders intermingled in very inner kid society. But what I have at that time was this UN University map that Mickey showed in the first sheet. Formal education, informal education, horizontal and vertical. So can you go to the next page? So I decided, no, let's find two takers. One is multi-stakeholders, and the other is education sector. So we searched it and find out there are about 30 NGOs. That's all NGO numbers at Tongyang. Tongyang is a very small city located in south coast of Korea, population of 130,000. So we contacted all those 30 NGOs. We established good network of them. So we have bi-monthly meeting. It's very interesting. They all get together and talk about this ESD. Wonjung is very active. One is very active to explain what ESD is. And so that's kind of a citizens, side. How do we attack this citizen level? So through this NGO, and the other path was visiting all the 16 district office at Tongyang. There's 16 district office. She visited there and explained about ESD. That's how we approach it. And through the education sector, we knocked the Office of Education of Tongyang. And I met this superintendent, and he and I became good friends. Of course, mayor and I became good friends. So this superintendent of Office of Education became a good friend of us. So actually, final outcome is like this. You will be surprised. Every beginning of academic year, which is March, we appoint, but we by means the Office of Education and Tongyang ESD, Tongyang RCE, appoint teacher of ESD in each school. So we have 65 teacher of ESD in all schools. So some school has even 2 teachers because they wanted to, not only two teachers want to be ESD teacher. So all schools were covered under the Tongyang RCE, to move forward to the ESD direction. And students organized club, ESD club. That's how we move into to ESD movement at Tongyang. And that's how we started. Only we don't have any university behind us because Yonsei is far away in Seoul, and there's only one university which have a branch campus of one of the universities located 1 hour away. So it's all on our own. One and myself, 2 of us became to try to be part of them who don't think we are insiders. So the outcome was brilliant like this. So when we have this Asia-Pacific regional meeting last September, I was so surprised to see this one small primary school in one corner of the Tongyang won the first prize in environmental education. It's national competition. They won the first prize and they won the $20,000 US. Also, so inside Tongyang in local level, we move into like that. So for national level, actually, this I should talk about this Sejatra forest. How could, no, I'm counting my time too, because I have my watch. So Sejatra forest itself, the name and the place, this is Sejatra forest is 231,000 square meters, huge area. And it's a 23 hectare. So this is 5,000 also square meter building. So the naming itself was made actually by the all RCE, Asia Pacific RCEs. In 2011, there's a first Asia Pacific regional meeting at Tongyang. So it's at that time, at 1 year previous that time, you Asia Pacific leaders begin to talk about, let's start find the hub of Asia Pacific RCE somewhere. And we suggested we might do it. That's how it started. But this center cost 225 million US dollars. Cost huge, very costly one. So that came from, half of them came from Ministry of Environment. So it's already national level partnership. And half of the matching fund came from Tongyang and Gyeongsang province. So Sejatra Forest itself is a good partnership outcome. So I'm very proudly saying we have a good partnership. Not only that, we have next sheet, please. We have could you punch this? This is. Could you move into? Okay, thank you. Next one. And we also have a good communication with the Korean National Commission for UNESCO. So we produced a manual of ESD in 2007, that early time. So Tongyang schools use that manual of ESD since 2007, the earliest time, among the global RCEs. So very close link. And let me introduce two projects, actually. That project shows how Tongyang RCE has partnering with globally and nationally and locally. In 2008, we sent a message to all municipal high schools of Tongyang. Let's gather in the auditorium. So we'll find a way of moving forward to global world. And the mission we gave to them was try to make a group who are interested in the same environmental issues. So we selected 3 groups, one of which was, for example, climate change. So the 10 students of that group was in that year sent to Fiji Islands. Because they wanted to go to Tuvalu because we couldn't find any direct contact. So instead we sent 10 Tongyang, small place Tongyang student Fiji, the first time them to be out of their area. And that way, these Tongyang kids begin to be globalized and partnerized with outside. And another, this is called Bridge to the World, that program. Another project, one of the Bridge to the World thing was baby basket. You know what baby basket is? This one girls group asked us, they are very much interested in this baby basket because they are discarding their babies in the basket so that churches and other religious group can raise them. So I was so surprised. So I at that time we contact UNU Global RCE Service, and we found out a place in Vienna has some kind of knowledge that. So we sent that group of 7 girls group of Tongyang RCE sent to Venice. So they went there. Venice RCE helped them to look around about this baby basket. So this BTW is our flagship program until going on. It's our 15th year now, started in 2000. And another program is we have International ESD Forum, every year. So this again 15th year of having this international ESG forum. So that's how we this Tongyang RC is really getting connected to be globalized. So maybe when in the discussion time I can go into more. I'm kind of I want to say that Charles mentioned the compassion, right? Juan and I are so compassionate to people. So like this, we fell in love with Tongyang RCE and we are compassionized. So we worked for the last 18 years. Of course, one left about 8 years ago. So so many people are asking how Tongyang RCE, maintain this way. That's why I'm having this opportunity to give you a story of Tongyang RCE. Thank you.
Thank you. Is my presentation here? No, I think it was not received, is it? It's okay. Okay, great. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much to the university for inviting a non-academician to speak. I always feel quite intimidated when I'm surrounded by professors. But I'm sure, of course, I hope to share from a different perspective slightly. Just a bit of background. So I've been in non-profit sector for the last 20 years. At the NGO level, I've also worked with the UN, and I also worked with the one of the largest foundations in Malaysia, of which Professor Zul was a board member. And now I'm working with a very new foundation that was established by the Ministry of Finance, which I'll share a little bit later. Sorry, can I have the clicker, please? So next. Okay, sure. 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 Can you hear me better now? Yeah, okay. So yeah, I mean, I don't think we have to remind ourselves that we have unprecedented global challenges. Even recently, everything is quite multiple, interrelated and complex, propounded by conflicts and also the COVID. Therefore, obviously, the whole community approach is more relevant than ever, and forming partnerships to drive global movement is really the only key for collective success. I don't think we can do it individually, and good to see that many different parties are doing that. So obviously, I don't have to go into the SDGs in terms of that it provides an opportunity for a common framework. Having said that, I think that all of us will realize that there are many actors working on the SDGs. The engagement, I still feel, I mean, we are behind. I think somebody said 15%, I found 12% of the SDG goals are only on track. That's a similar picture in Malaysia as well. And I think the engagement still remains too slow. I think we can't seem to catch up with the rapid things that are happening around us. Therefore, collaboration and partnership is really critical. So I'm looking at the whole community approach as different types of communities, not so much underground communities, but we all form different types of communities. And we really have to look at how do all these types of communities work together, the public, the private sector, and the society. And I'll share some examples that we've done in Malaysia. And most of all, something that I've not heard so far, and I'm not sure whether it will be discussed, how do we finance all of this? I think that's quite a critical thing that I'll be touching on. How do we finance all these big goals that we want to achieve? What we want to do is really great, but it's huge. So one of the data I found is that we are estimating about 5.4 to 6.4 trillion annually, and 4 trillion for developing countries. And with the advent of disasters, especially, we're just going to keep going backwards, and more funds are going to be required. So I think on my part also, a lot of the discussions that I get involved in is how do we finance partnerships? How do we leverage on partnerships for financing things that need to be done by all of us? Yeah. Next, please. So I just wanted to share. So Malaysia also realizing that as a country that we are also behind our SDG goals, and similarly because of COVID and other things we have to catch up. They've become quite serious in terms of wanting to back that. So we have a SDG governance structure in Malaysia. So I'll just show a little bit of what we're doing in the country. And the National SDG Council is actually being chaired by our Prime Minister itself. And he was at the summit as well to share and give input to the country. And we have steering committees and technical committees. And I think what's more important is that two things I find that's quite important is that the ministries have been also divided according to the SDGs. So I think looking at not only the whole community approach, is also looking at the whole nation approach that we are adopting in Malaysia. And we divided it between ministries and working committees to really look at what can be done. So localization is also adoption in many different ways. Yeah. And I think also the government has also realized that two things that they brought in also in terms of partnership, which they know they cannot deliver the SDGs without, is working with the private sector. So we have a committee under the SDG Council with the private sector being led by non-profit organizations as well as the academia. There's the STSN Malaysia, which is led by Sanui University, and the United Nations Global Compact for the Malaysian chapter. So they are looking at all SDGs under the private sector. And more importantly, and I'm glad to see in Malaysia particularly that there has been more of a shift going towards looking at NGOs as a partner, as an equal partner. So this is quite a strong movement that's been happening over the years. I didn't see that when I first entered the sector 20 years ago. There's still a lot of suspicion and hesitation, but now even in addressing the SDGs, they realize and I'm seeing it in the past 5 years where civil society is playing a bigger role, and therefore they have now a working committee as well that's being participated by CSOs. And I think what I wanted to say in terms of quite interesting, I was in a discussion before this, and environmentalists said that don't forget that the environment is also a community as well, your birds and bees and all that. So it's quite important to have also different CSOs representing that as a community. So when you talk about whole community approach, it really is multiple communities. So it's not just a community of human beings as well. Now, while it looks good on paper, the government also did realize that one of the things in terms of delivering SDGs, I think that is often a challenge is how do you find the SDGs when you localize it? So a lot of us are actually doing the work, but we don't necessarily call it the SDGs. Secondly, coordination is sometimes poor at the national level and localized level. And also measuring indicators is also a challenge as well. Hence, they realized that they needed to form different types of organization or support different types of organization to localize the SDGs. And how they've done this is, number one, is that they recently set up a national SDG center, which will support the government in multiple coordination roles, and also looking at how do we then make sure that the ESG does not forget the SDGs. So there's a lot of movement in terms of ESGs in Malaysia, but they're forgetting that SDG should play a big part because it's actually two different things. So that's one of their roles. We do localization of the SDGs by establishing, there's the EPPGM, which I think Prof just mentioned that the university is part of, which is looking at working with parliamentarians. So quite specific. So I quite like the fact that Malaysia, so we're not as behind other countries because we've looked at different sectors in terms of partnerships on how do we deliver on the SDGs. And I think this is quite important. So everybody's got a role to play. And urban, like organization like Urbanist is looking at city councils, APPGM is looking at parliamentarians. I'm now leading an organization that has got the hardest job actually, which is to mobilize resources. So I'll talk a little bit about that because we can't do all this work without resources. So I just wanted to give some examples from Malaysia in terms of case studies. So because during and I really want to talk about the public-private and philanthropic partnerships, which is something that Malaysia also is very much pushing for, because we realize that if we don't coordinate and collaborate, number one, a lot of wastage in terms of financing happens, and we're not leveraging in terms of partnership when it comes to financing to really scale our work. Because everybody's, I'm in the last 10 years, people just come to look at me for dollar signs. And I said, like, okay, dollar signs is one thing, but how do we implement that to partnerships is quite important. So one example is that one of the things that I was leading when I was working with the previous foundation that Prof. Zul was board member is the GLC Disaster Response Network. So it's a membership that's made up of government-linked companies. So these are companies linked to the government. And just give an example, during the COVID response, they mobilized over 300 million. and we brought together about I think 30 different companies to work as well with the private sector and the government to deliver in response to Malaysia's needs to the government to the COVID response. So by working in partnerships, we could do things at scale. And one of the things that we really aspire to do during this is to also not overlap, because that's the other thing that we really need to talk about in terms of partnership, that we're not overlapping. When we overlap, we actually waste resources. So this was quite a good coordination platform, and so much so that the government now wants to look at how can this platform do its work at scale in terms of other social impact. So that's the other thing about partnerships as well. Sometimes it goes stage by stage in terms of growth before it can really reach out in terms of looking at partnerships. The second one to relate to education, as we know, a lot of students had to stay at home, and particularly the low income was very much being left behind in the education sphere during the COVID because they didn't have gadgets. So this resulted in, again, the companies coming together, working together with the government, the Ministry of Education, to deliver 151 devices and data to children, so that, to make sure that they do deliver on one of the SDGs to make sure that students don't get left behind. Lastly, also there's a lot of collaborations between companies as well as our government, plus the NGOs through what is called the Friends of NADMA, which is the NADMA is the National Agency for Disaster Management in Malaysia. So again, to be effective in terms of partnerships. And so when I look at the whole community approach, it's really looking at also not only at the grassroots level, but also how do we as communities doing this work also get together. I wanted to just share, hold on, sorry. How do I go to the next slide? Sorry? Yeah, okay. So the last one is, the foundation has been set up to really mobilize resources, and how do we do that is we are looking at different kinds of forms of partnerships in order to be a conduit of funds to be able to support different initiatives with NGOs and potentially, of course, universities as well. So the Ministry of Finance actually set us up in order to be able to do that. And one of the partnerships that we are struck with is now with the UN. So the partnership is not only in terms of funding, but also looking at how do we elevate some of the work that we do and look at using international frameworks at the local level. And I think this is something that's important about partnerships in terms of how do we roll out different types as we address the SDGs. So that's what the foundation has been set up for. I also wanted to mention there is other also organizations globally, this one specifically that came out from Asia, and I really appreciate the fact, I think Professor was talking about how localized means also using our own resources and making decisions about our own resources. So the AVPN, so they are ecosystem builder that came out from Asia, working for Asia. And one of the things that they do is also bring in pooled funding from different organizations. So it's no longer about each corporate doing their own funding, because that doesn't have really meaningful sort of achievements, but it's bringing pooled fundings together. And that's something also the foundation I'm leading will be looking into. So an example is supporting the needs of bringing women into STEM education. That is being done through bringing different partners like the Micron Foundation, Lenovo Foundation, XTX Markets, and BHP and Chevron to put in into a pooled funding, and then using the platform of AVPN to also choose the right partners as well. So this is just an example that I wanted to show in terms of partnerships. Yeah? And my last slide, so my last 1 minute. So some of the lessons learned I really wanted to share in terms of partnerships, because we often use that word, and I thought I want to spend a little bit of time. Number one, I think we all know this, but sometimes we forget. Sorry? Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can. So that's it. Okay, thank you. Sure. Okay. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks for your wonderful stories about our presentation. And I'm from the RCE studio, a very new RCE. So as I learned from here, that the building a partnership is very easy, but the question is managing the partnership is very hard. So my question is like, how for new RCE, how can we manage our global partnership, especially the partnership from the maybe other countries? Like, that's my question. Okay. Maybe I want to like ask the representative from Tongyong. Yep. Yeah.
Sorry. 18 years of continuing this partnership, for example, PTW for 13 years and International ESD Forum for another 13 years. So we continuously, moving on. In Korea, there's none other organizations which continues that long annual same project. So Tongyong RC, one of the reasons that we could be able to do it, we have funds. We have very close link with city government. So the city government funds us for every year. So with that fund, we really pay good attention with our real partnership through RCs, in the world RCs. So get a hold of fund is, I think, very, very critical here to move on.
Thank you for your Anita, would you like to cut you off?
Yeah, so I mean, to continue with that, yes, funding is important, but I think actually number one that I really like to say in terms of partnerships is you have to put aside your egos. That's the fundamental thing. There's a lot, I mean, in whatever sector, I've worked in many sectors, spoken in many sectors, put aside your ego and look at the common goal. Very simple. Secondly is be transparent as well. So what worked in terms of a lot of the partnerships that I've led or been part of is being transparent and showing every step of the way what you're doing and not leaving the gaps of communication, because another essential thing about partnership is trust. As soon as that trust is broken, it's very difficult to continue that. And the sharing on information, like some of the partnerships I've been in, suddenly it goes silent and I'm like, okay, what happened? So that communication, the communication strategy of partnerships is as important as the partnership itself. Yeah. Thank you.
Which touches on we want to transform ourselves. We want to transform everybody else. Well, it's easier to do anyway. Roger.
Funds, but also fun. You should be celebrating accomplishments along the way. If it isn't a joyful activity, your partners will wear out just like you will. So that's part of it. Also, at the beginning, agree on the underlying values upfront about how we come together, so that things will go off track. They always go off track. But if there's been no discussion about the underlying values through some kind of memorandum of understanding, or this is the way we work together, then you can't bring people back. And so start upfront before you get embroiled in some mess by talking about not only the purpose, but how we work together.
Yeah. Well, that would be the beginning of an afternoon seminar on building. I'm sorry, we're going to have to close the session. I'm being given very clear instruction. Do you agree with me? Do I need to close it off?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Continue after that.
Okay. Look, I'm just going to take a moment. Well, first to thank you all for very different wisdoms into this topic. So, and only perhaps a little window into your worlds. And I wanted to give you one more window from the Pacific, because just while I have a moment, effectively, which is so much, we're extremely focused on the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'd just like us to consider partnering that with the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. If we're going to use UN type of instruments, I'm not even saying whether we should or shouldn't do that, but it's not just an add-on, oh yes, we'll include Indigenous people in our programs and in our community outreach. because that declaration is about self-determination, self-governance. It's about belonging and okay, we're all learning to belong to the land in some ways, but these are very deeply different knowledge systems and different governance systems. And so if we're going to include that, and for some of us, it might be more relevant than others, but that would be an avenue I'd suggest that we could give more attention to in terms of the depth of what that brings about, and that it's we have to become transformed very often in order to take on a relationship of respect and learning, and a knowledge system which is beyond disciplines. That's one of the things that's so interesting. It's not about breaking down the silos, but about a completely different knowledge system. So if you'll excuse me for a little word from the Pacific, in the field that I'm closely involved in. So back to you three again, Anita, Dr. Park, and Dr. Roger. Thank you so much. We have another performance to go to, so we've trimmed down our session, but I'm sure now you can have more discussion with our friends. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Thank you very much to everyone, Patson, for helping us in keeping the time. Just that we can't wait to show the next presentation, the cultural dance. So we'll move forward immediately while having the lunch to the room next door, to the banquet hall. Sina will pick up the questions after this. Sina, sorry to cut off the time. We'll come back for the question afternoons.
In our family bars. So actually, we actually read through it. It's right about it's back to
Wow.
Can you drop back?
Okay, everyone, let's make our way to banquet hall for our lunch. Thank you.
You can get the food a bit later once we have done representation with the cultural performance, because they are ready. They just wait for your arrival. This is a very traditional performance that we have. This is called Wayang Kulit. It's a shadow play. What is unique about this shadow play is that the team and are very well known here in Malaysia. Have been playing around. I'm showing the cultural performance here and there. But what is even more unique is that we will have a very, very young, talented Dalang, not Dayang. Wow, my tongue twister is very bad today. And this Tok Dalang, you would have seen him in a morning performance. The one that I say at the age of 8, 8 ke? 9 tahun, ya. Piu boleh bangun mata, boleh tunjuk muka je. All right, and let's welcome. This is the man behind the shadow, yeah. Very young, talented young chap. Boleh bercakap. Share the others so that they would miss these very interesting presentations. Can the volunteers help the others to usher the others from outside coming in? You can see that the front sitting as well, the grand sitting at the front, because we're not eating until the presentation is done. So if you want to get closer look, you may want to come closer and sit at the front. So while waiting, if you want to Google and ask ChatGPT or ask what is Wayang Kulit, will be the shadow play. So the Malay term will be Wayang Kulit. And the main role is called Tok Dalang, and that's what Piu will be playing that role. Okay, all right. The storyboard, yeah, I try to get it. The storyboard will be shown on the screen, but more or less the nature of this play is that there will be struggle between groups, and someone, the father in this case, will be coming in as a savior. So the message is that we try to instill the sejahtera values among the families, among the siblings. So that's the storyboard. You will see the shift from one episode to another. Yeah.
Pada jago padan terkukur lagi. Dalam semua negeri ada seorang tua. Pok dogo. Kolam sinar. Kolam kaku sipak. Bleh-bleh jalan. Bleh-bleh mau fikir. Fikir dalam 3 mok dalam udadu. Udadu. Aku lah orang tua Pok Dogo. Hari ni aku nak panggil lah juga ni orang adik-beradik. Ni orang adik-beradik ku. Oh, siapa dia kat tu? Mentang-mentang ngalah masuk ni, ngalah masuk. Oh, ambo pun ngalah masuk juga ni. Ya, ambo nak masuk ni. Cak. Ambo pula nak masuk, sabar-sabar. Cak. Gitu. Mana tu? Siapa panggil-panggil? Ada apa panggil? Aku panggil ni ada sebab. Aku nak panggil ni sebab aku rasa kita hijrah lah di Kuala Lumpur tu. Sebab ada belakang tu. Aku pun nak tengok juga sebab aku tak ajar pergi Kuala Lumpur. Aku tak sih. Aku lagi sedap duduk sini. Oh, tapi aku nak pergi, tak ajar pergi juga. Tapi aku gidoh, tak sih. Oh, tak sih. Aku nak pergi kat sisi. Aku gidoh. Sorang tak pergi lagi. Oh, aku nak pergi juga. Tapi aku tak sih bayar. Aku nak mun tinggal. Jangan baloh gak. Kalau gitu gak. Ginilah. Kita pergi jumpa ayah. Kita tanya. Tanya pendapat dia. Gano ni. Baloh ni. Tok ni. Tak dapat jawapan ni. Tak selesai masalah ni. Tak selesai masalah. Oh, kalau gitu gak. Mari. Oh, mari. Maka 5 adik-beradik nak pergi pula dengan Hanuman. Honca. sorga tu? Aku pun tak tahu lah. Oh, meta-meta. Kita akan memberi laluan kepada azan.
Okay, basically he just announced that let's give away to the call, Azan. So he will continue shortly. It's a call for prayers.
Sama balik. What is your name? My name is Maharajono. You pula. What is your name? My name is Wolo. This is Said Botak. And this is my friend. Awak ya, tekok bongkok. This is sama. Hidung gajah. This is pot dogger. Cannot ejek-ejek ya. Ada kapal melalui sini. Kecik Melayu lah. Saya nak lalu sini. Nak pergi jumpa bapak saya. Buat apa? Nak bincang pasal tadi, nak bincang pasal nak pergi Kelantan ke nak pergi Kuala Lumpur Kelantan nak dah. Tak boleh. Kenapa? Bapa? This is my way. Tak boleh lalu lah ni. Tak boleh. Kalau nak lalu macam mana? Kena lawan dulu. Wak ya. Lawang. Lawang lah. Wak ya lawan. Wak ya. Tak apa main. Mak kau, wak ya dengan dia macam mana nak lawan pula? Kalau gitu, biarkan aku pergi. Mana tahu buat dia pergi dah. Maka, maka ada mereka putih lagi pula ke ayahnya. Macam. Ada gapo mu mari ni anak anda? Gini ayah. Ambo nak tanya. Kita ni gano ni. Nak pergi kau lupa ke? Ataupun duduk sini? Bak tadi duduk baloh. Pergi sana, pergi sini. Lepas tu kata tak say, tu kata tak say. Tu kata no. Kalau gitu gak. Ginilah ayah nak koyak. Ginilah pokmu. Sok mo baloh. Pokmu kena bersatu. Kalau tidak gak. Senang lah orang nak cari. Cari baloh. Sejahtera tu. Kamu dia sejahtera tiba-tiba ni ya? Tak tahu dengar alik belakang orang royak ni. Alik belakang mana ada orang alik belakang ayo? Tak tahu atu lah nak. Oh tak apa orang gitu kak. Gapo ayo? Kecek gapo? Cepat ayo nak ni dikir pulak ni. Ayo tak tahulah lah ayo. Oh kalau gitu kak. Oh mugilah. Siapa nak pergi, siapa tak segi. Oh kalau gitu kita pergi belakang lah. Payah-payah kak. Oh kalau gitu mari. Maka 5 beradik. Nak pergi pulak. Nak pergilah pulak. Kau lupa. Sekian, terima kasih.
Ya agak-agak. Okay, we have another presentation. While the food is coming in, we have another presentations, which is also DK Barat, that's the words on the screen, with the same group that performs in the morning. Right?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kita semua sepakat melakar masa depan, perkasakan jiwa, bina hidup sejahtera. Nilai murni diterap, jadikanlah amalan, hormat menghormati, pekerti yang mulia. Berbudi bahasa, nilai ilmu diraikan, jati diri dijulang, adab jadi budaya. Ayo rakan taulan, usalah lalai leka. Ayo bangun berjuang, bina bangsa merdeka. Jangan leka dengan hayalan, mimpi yang sia-sia. Kita harus ke hadapan, membina negara bangsa. Sama memburu impian, mengejar cita-cita, harus tetap bila haluan, arah tuju hidup perkasa.
Boleh tunggu sekejap, ya. We'd like to call upon the teachers of there are 4 groups of them. One is from Setia Budi, Teacher Yanti. Yeah. Can the Setia Budi kids face to the front? Can everyone face to the front? So we've got students. They are all partners, yeah, from Setia Budi. Another partner of RCE is JREC, and the students are from Rohingya. Can you wave your hand from Rohingya? All right, thank you. And we have Amar and Amar as well, and we have another group from GPM, another partner. Is the rep here? Jasmine Asham's school. Teacher Noha, are you around? Okay. If you come to the front, so these are all our partners of RCE Greater Gombak. And we have also students from Syria. So let's welcome them. And also we have another group that come from Somalia. So it's a very well integrated groups, and for SDG 16 and 17, well integrated, who so ESD in a very best of his action form. All right, so let's give another round of applause for the last one. Thank you so much. And can leave now. So next session, we'd like to continue giving the token of appreciations. For that, we'd like to invite thank you very much. And see how well they are so integrated in one culture. Thank you so much, PU and the team. PU, tadi dah. And let's introduce again the Tok Dalang. That was PU. If you can come to the front, PU. PU, can you PU mari duk. So this is the young, very talented Tok Dalang, yeah, at the age of 9. So he is taking the school at one of the partner school. Thank you very much. You want? Okay. And the father is there. And the father, you want to join sekali? All right. All right. Okay. We'd like to call upon Tan Sri to pass the token of appreciation. If Tan Sri Zul, Tan Sri, if I can call to give the token of appreciation to the speaker, the previous sessions. I will eat after this. Yeah? Just 1 more minute. The first one, we like to call Dr. Roger Petrie from RCE Saskatchewan. Our famous Dr. Park, RCE Tong Yong. And next is Dr. Miss Anita from My SDG Foundation. We are so glad that Miss Anita is now the CEO for My SDG Foundation. And last one, of course, Dr. Betsan from RCE Waikato. All right, thank you, Tan Sri. Thank you. So we are now ready for lunch. Today is another. Okay. In Malay is nasi kerabu. Nasi kerabu, yeah. We try. Some people like to try to translate rice to Wednesday. Rice is like, but this is a very Kelantan-based nasi, traditional food. Rice. And it's blue and it's unique blue in color. So and the color. All right, and you can see more details on the screen. Yeah, don't be surprised when you see the rice is blue. The blue. It's not a dye. It's made from natural leaf. What flowers? No, it's leaf down. Oh, the color come from a tree that is called a flower that is called butterfly pea flowers. So don't worry, there's no dyeing involved. No chemical there. And please enjoy your lunch. We will be ushering you back at 2. Daun telang, bunga telang, Tan Sri. So kepada Melayu, bunga telang, so have to translate and explain further to our guests from abroad. It's in e-book. It's in e-book. Oh, dia nak beli. It's in the link. If you go this one, Yana, it's this one. Okay, all right, you can get from there. Yeah. So that's the link tree. When we say link tree, it'll be there. So that detail will be there. The whole menu, the whole script, programs, everything. That's yeah. Huh? That's my bau the whole thing. Let's.
Let them makan. If I don't have my sleep, this afternoon will be trouble.
Please enjoy your lunch. We hope to start the next sessions at 2 at the Senate Hall. Yeah, at the Senate. Jarang saya turun marah orang. Hari Rabu nasi Rabu. All right, and in order another way, another instructions to eat the food, it has to be mixed together, like the salad. So it is the mixture that give the flavor. In a way, it is salad to a certain extent. But when it comes, it become localized in the spirit of
Tidak baik.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes. Hello. Okay.
Maybe
wonderful.
Maybe you need to use pagi.
Pagi. Oh, come on, people. Pagi. And first of all, I think we should give a big shout out to those who've been joining us online all day, watching, also engaging in the chat. There's a whole crowd out there online, on Zoom and on YouTube. So big shout out and a clap for everyone. Thank you very much. My name is Katrin Cole, and I'm the coordinator of the UNESCO chair at York University in Toronto, Canada. I'm also a proud IAUM student of education. Delighted to moderate this panel today. And I would like to start with a little bit of housekeeping. Those of you who are in the room here, we would love to engage with you later on. So start thinking about comments and questions. And those who are online, we see you, we know you are there. Please engage in the chat. Let us know what you're thinking. And leave us your questions. I'm on Zoom here as well, so you can send questions and comments in the chat. So we don't want to forget that this is a hybrid conference, and we want to honor those who are taking a lot of time out of their day to be with us. Okay, without further ado, I want to quickly introduce the distinguished panelists that I'm surrounded by. First of all, we have Julia Heiss from UNESCO. We have Kieran Choker, RCE advisor of the Asia Pacific. We have Betsy King from RCE Scotland and Karen Chan from SDSN Asia headquarters. And today we have a panel on capacity building. And we're looking at educators, may they be in formal education, may they be working in the community, of having a tremendous impact and even more potential to really make a difference in the community, being perceived as honest members, as valuable members of the community. And today we want to look into perspectives, into success stories, and also into urgent calls, how we can develop their capacities to actually equip them and put them into a position of transforming and taking this role that we see they have, and we hope to learn more. First of all, I'd like to introduce our first panelist, Julia Heiss. Julia is the team lead of ESD for 2030 at UNESCO headquarters. She's a social anthropologist, education planner, holding 2 master's degrees with extensive experience in design and implementation of education programs and other areas of science education, technical and vocational training, and most of all, education for sustainable development. She's been with UNESCO for more than 25 years and living in and working in Kenya and France and Southern Africa, and she coordinated programs in many other countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. She just recently returned from her post in Southern Africa. We're really happy she's back at UNESCO headquarters and working with us on ESD. So the last 2 months have been quite eventful, I guess, in Paris. So it's a real pleasure to have you with us, Julia. So I would like to hand it over to you. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Katrin, and thank you everybody for giving me this opportunity. I would like to apologize to the Ubuntu members because as a ESD for 2030 team leader, I will again have to speak about the ESD for 2030 program.
So a bit of a repetition for whoever has been here on Monday already, but I'll keep it short, and then we'll also talk about our two ongoing global programs, how they relate to whole community approach, and then also try to give one or two examples on work in that area we're involved in. Can you click the next one? I don't think this one works. I'm sure most and hopefully even all of you are familiar with this. So the ESD for 2030 is the global program since 2019. Our reference document is the roadmap in many languages. You can scan it here if ever you have not read it really yet. And it does not only lay out the way to how to implement ESD at the global level until 2030, but I heard quite often here, and that I think is a positive sign, that it really provides language also for partners on what ESD is, what learning domains we think ESD should cover. You just heard Chuck also talking about the definition of transformative education. So this is exactly what that global roadmap should do and fulfill. And then, of course, it needs to be adapted to your respective contexts. The overall aim to build a more just and sustainable world. And then we have these 5 action areas, which I show in a minute. Can you click again? I can't click, can I? Can I? Okay. The key features of the program are 3. One is that we align ESD with the 17 SDGs, so an absolute opportunity for ESD, the SDGs, and how we are demonstrating through many of our programs and tools on how education can make a contribution of implementing the 17 SDGs. Secondly, we hear about it a lot. Really, the aim of education should be, and ESD certainly is since many years, is to transform. And we are not looking only at individual transformation and behavioral change, but we are also looking at transforming structures, education itself as a structure. So we need changes there. And very much in an area of technological changes, AI, ICTs, in determining our world and in which we have to function. And they provide challenges, but also a lot of opportunities also for education. The third feature, and that really guides our program very much, is that we are looking at membership leadership. So UNESCO quite often was working with a lot of other partners who are already taking leadership in ESD. And we feel that member states now really have to step up and coordinate ESD in a more structured way. Can I have the next slide? The 5 action areas, I'm sure you're familiar with all of them. I thought the RCEs would mainly contribute to accelerating local level actions, but I learned a lot in the last 2 days, but also that RCEs are having a great impact on all the other levels, including policy as well. Next slide. And then specifically for local level actions, I think it is quite obvious that meaningful transformation and transformative action for sustainable development is most likely to happen and to take place in communities. And this is where really we want to see a focus. And one of the things we try through our programs also is to make that connection between learning institutions and communities. And we had fantastic examples throughout the last 2 days on how this can be done. So RCE Compact definitely is a champion in that. Next slide. Just quickly on the activities under the ESD for 2030 program. So I mentioned already, member states leadership is one of our aims until 2030, and we do that through so-called country initiatives. So we want to bring together at national level multi-stakeholders and have them develop a national-wide country initiative on ESD, building on all the ESD work that is going on already. So again, something where RCEs need and could play an important role. We encourage networking. We have our own network, ESD Net, driving that program forward. Many of your RCEs are already member of that, and your secretariat is as well. We are awarding ESD through the UNESCO Japan ESD Prize. Outstanding initiatives are awarded every 2 years. We promote research, we mobilize resources, and we monitor progress in ESD. Next slide.
I also have to talk about a program that occupies us quite a lot. It's an outcome of the Transformative Education Summit, the Greening Education Partnership. I'm sure you came across with it, Getting Every Learner Climate Ready. So climate change education as a center of the partnership, but climate change education very much framed within ESD. Next slide, please. And here you see the 4 pillars, and you can already make the connections also to the action areas of ESD. Within 1 year, as I said, it's an outcome of the test at Transformative Education Summit, which was held last year in September. So within 1 year, we had 81 members subscribing to the partnership and 1,000 organizations. It's getting a lot of tractions. COPs, of course, are taking it up. We have an education day at the COP, where we present already ongoing work under greening schools, greening curricula, greening teacher training and systems, and greening communities. Next slide. And again, specifically for greening communities, there's a working group led by UIL, our Institute for Lifelong Learning, and FAO, and a lot of other interested partners. So RCEs that are interested to join that working group are most welcome. There are sub-working groups forming, and one joint outcome to be presented early next year will be a greening community guidance document. Next slide. So just to give you 2 examples of, examples of work on whole community approach related also to capacity building is the Global Network for Learning Cities, led again by the UIL Institute of UNESCO. The fact that we have 55, no, that's the slide before, the fact that we have 55% of the world population living in cities makes it obviously extremely important that we coordinate our local level interventions with cities. Learning cities are a network of cities that are committed to lifelong learning and to create sustainable and happy cities. We have about 300 cities participating, from mega cities like Shanghai to smaller cities. And just to give you a quick example, for example, Okayama City has ESD teams trained in each of their community centers in their districts to further train on ESD city staff or staff working at the city council. Next slide. And another program I would like to mention, because it comes from Southern Africa and I was very much involved in it, it is Sustainably Starts with Teachers, with 110 teacher institutions. Led by the Rhodes University as our partner. We train them in an in-person intensive course on education for sustainable development. These teachers are going back into the teacher trainers are going back into their teacher training institutions as a team. They are supposed to implement a so-called change project, which looks very much like a whole community project most of the time. They're then coming back to the training and only get a certificate if their change project is running. So we have change projects after 4 years of that program running, change projects in 110 Southern African institutions, which is quite an achievement and a beautiful way of scaling up ESD and reaching out to communities. Thanks, I'm ending it here.
Thank you very much, Julia. It's always interesting to again hear the overview on UNESCO, but also see that you're building on people and have specific ways of engaging. And I think from an RCE standpoint, often getting involved in the local community, you sometimes forget that you're actually attached to such a broad movement and that you're part of something bigger. So I really appreciate that you're here with us today and that we were able to hear from you. So we're moving on to our next panelist today. It's my pleasure to introduce to all of you Dr. Kiran Bangashoka. She's worked for more than 35 years in the field of ESD and environment education. She's currently the regional advisor to the Asia Pacific community of RCEs, and she has taught in several Indian and foreign universities as a visiting professor, and she was the founding editor of the international, well-known, actually peer-reviewed journal of Education for Sustainable Development. For 25 years, Kiran worked with the Center of Environment Education, where she headed the higher education program and was responsible for some of the center's capacity building programs. So it's my very pleasure to hand the floor over to you, Kiran.
Thank you, and I'm really honored to be invited to speak here.
from the global, I'll jump right into very, very local. And I won't talk about the hows and the why and the what of capacity building or the whole community approach, because that's being discussed. But we do need to bring about change, for which we need to have change agents, for which we need to build capacity, and capacity building is a very complex process. And Julia just spoke about the kind of capacity building they've been doing with teachers, so which is, you know, really a long journey that has many demands, and it's not what some people think, that experts come together, package their expertise, transmit it through a program, and everyone is enlightened. And it's so much more than that. And so I will go straight to an example from India, from an RCE in India, Pune, where they, can I have the next slide, please? Where in 2006, the commissioner of the local municipal corporation of Pune had gone to Brazil and was most impressed with participatory budgeting for citizens that he heard about or learned about there, and came back and decided that that's what had to be done in Pune. And so he held a meeting with the citizens of the whole city, were invited, and he told them what it was about, and he said that there was going to be additional budget allocated to all the electoral wards, the cities divided into wards, and that residents could decide what infrastructural improvements they wanted in their own wards, within their own wards, and using these additional funds. And CEE had, as the lead agency of RCE Pune, and some of their members also attended this meeting and decided to get involved in some of the low-income wards of the city and see how this process could be facilitated there. And so year one, it was, you know, the commissioner had spoken and he thought he had motivated his own staff, but it turned out that they still wanted to behave and act the way that they did. So they came to these wards and said, well, this is what we are planning to do, and these are the improvements we'll make, and do you have any suggestions? And so the vocal among them, and you know, even the people who gathered there was just a ragtag collection of hawkers and vendors and commuters, and so the vocal among them spoke a little, and some of the suggestions were accepted, some were not, but the participatory budgeting exercise for the year was over. So next, next year, RCE Pune had been in touch with the Municipal Corporation of Pune, and the commissioner invited them to facilitate the process. So they discussed the process with the officials who were going to be involved in it. They identified residents, got them together, told them that this was their chance to influence what needed to be done, talk about their priorities, identify their needs, and the officials were told to also let them say what they wanted to say. And when the meeting was on, RCE tried to clarify some of the issues for the residents, but the result was the same, that some suggestions were accepted, some were not. Why they were not accepted was not disclosed. The next year, again, there was some more tweaking. And so the RCE tried to prepare the citizens beforehand and tried to, you know, let them talk about what they really needed and what needed to be done. And the officials were more encouraging, but they complained that it was the problem was with the residents, because they were all uneducated. They did not understand the constraints. They didn't understand the big picture. And so it couldn't be, you know, that's why the problems. And so with the help of, in discussion with the residents and with the community and with the municipal corporation, RCE prepared a menu of facilities that were available, and with the cost of each facility, the per unit cost, and so that with that in front of them, the residents could decide that this is what we want, and it won't go beyond the budget. And so the officials also were more open to and respectful of suggestions. And so it turned out to be a more collective community exercise. And this is how it went on, but it was a once a year activity. And so, this, whatever the capacity building also happened just once a year, but there was a slow change. There was a discernible change, but not, very much. And but in 2013, it was decided to conduct a survey to assess the status of the participatory budgeting, and what had been achieved. And so the achievements were that it was a very simple process, and it exposed citizens to democratic processes. And there was a substantial allocation of budget which was being used, and some of the suggestions were accepted, but the reason for not considering applications was still very opaque. And the areas for improvement were that the number and diversity of citizens was still limited and needed to be improved. The quality of discussion and deliberation among the citizens needed to be improved. The transparency of the process and implementation of projects was needed to be improved. But there was a new challenge that came about, and suddenly there were egos in the way, and there was an elected committee for each ward for the election process, because these were electoral wards, and they said that they were the people's representatives and they were the ones who should be involved, because it was getting to be quite popular. And so they said that they were the ones who should be involved, and the citizens should not be directly dealing with the municipal corporation. Next. And then they had the next year they had a survey. The next year they had a workshop to decide how to do it better and how to involve more people, how to structure it better, so citizens could understand the issues in a more holistic manner, and how to encourage some shared power in prioritizing projects and implementing them. Next. The purpose was to find out how to, do it better. And so there were a lot more people involved in that. Can we move on to the next slide? So, a lot of people were involved in that, and they reviewed the process and shared good practices from around the world, and worked in groups to create, and then shared what they'd created and shared to make a larger plan. But next, but the elected ward officials continued to be an irritant, and they disrupted the budgeting meetings and did not want to work as partners, and did not appreciate RCE's involvement. And as a result, nothing great happened. RCE withdrew, and the budgeting initiative continues but has deteriorated. Next. So the learning so that this capacity building takes time, it takes patience, respect, and trust, and needs conversation, listening to each other. Each one needs to take responsibility and agency, otherwise things don't move. And there should be a stake for all involved in achieving success. That projects need to build in sufficient resources for capacity building. It's not a one-shot affair. And failure should be accepted and allowed, so that from there one could move forward. The RCE Pune now wants to reinitiate their involvement, and they are currently seeking funding so that they can do it. But they also want to collaborate with an international RCE who might be working on urban sustainability issues, especially those related to urban transportation and mobility. Oops. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. It is, as we're looking into personalizing it into people, it is also sometimes quite interesting how it comes down to people and how it comes down to us not even being able to transform our personal relationships and put our egos aside to be able to facilitate and be part of the partnerships that we are so promoting. Thank you very much for telling the story. It was quite interesting. And I'd like to move on to the third input, and I invite Dr. Betsy King. She's the development manager of the Scotland RCE and ESD Learning for Sustainability Scotland since it was set up in 2013. RCE Scotland is hosted within the Murray House School of Education at the University of Edinburgh. And with a long-standing commitment to learning for sustainability, Betsy is a former secondary teacher and has worked in the local government, university, and NGO sectors. She's currently the regional advisor for the RCE community in Europe. So I'd like to hand it over to you, Betsy. Thanks.
Let me just put the microphone on so you can hear me. Thanks for that welcome. I think it's very interesting looking at the whole community approach and that word community, and also looking at capacity building and what do these things mean. So again, I'm going to come from my context because I do think that this is very much context specific, but trying to draw some points of learning that might be more useful to others. So my context is Scotland, and next slide, please. I am going to focus particularly on communities of teachers, and I loved the title of that UNESCO program, Sustainability Starts with Teachers, or I should say sustainability starts with educators. So that's what I'm going to focus on. And Scotland has its own very particular education system. So RCE Scotland actually covers a whole nation, which is part of the UK. Next slide, please. And so the context is important. Obviously, we have this inspiring vision for the planet. And in Scotland, we are very lucky that at the centre of our vision in Scotland, there are the values of compassion and kindness, but the whole government, the country is working towards the SDGs. And I think that context is important for engaging teachers. So what does this actually look like? Well, next slide, please. Saw that we're at an RCE called Learning for Sustainability Scotland. So we don't use the term ESD. We use the term Learning for Sustainability, but essentially it means the same. And it's something which is lifelong, and it's focused on what we are all focused on, which is building a socially just, sustainable, and equitable society. So next slide, please. So when capacity building then, what is the structure within which this sits for teachers? And we are very fortunate that we do have this framework where actually ESD, Learning for Sustainability, is an entitlement for all learners. And there is this framework where a whole setting approach is expected, and it's embedded within what is expected of teachers, and it's woven right through the curriculum. And this is something, of course, it's a whole school, whole institutions. So it actually covers every aspect. It's the curriculum, it's the buildings and grounds, the campus. It is also, and most importantly, the culture, the ethos, and then reaching out into the community. And that's, of course, the local community, but also the global community. So there is this vision for learning. And in fact, amazingly, it has been in place as a vision for schools 3 to 18 since 2013. But it isn't happening everywhere. And why isn't it? Maybe capacity building is part of that. And I would say it certainly was. So this is recognized. It's not happening. But last year, the government and all the partners, so the RCE is one of these partners, but it includes agencies, it includes NGOs. Next slide, please. Came together to look at really what needed to happen to make this happen in a much bigger way, to bring about a step change. And so in June this year, the step change ambition was to build a movement for change. Now, this is whole community. Actually, this is whole system. This is everything. So that every 3 to 18 place of education and beyond becomes a sustainable learning setting by 2030. It's ambitious and it's exciting. And as an RCE, we're really pleased to be part of it as a big partnership. But it needs, how are we going to do this? So bringing about this change does need everybody to be on board, and that includes every educator. So next slide, please. We already have this commitment that learning for sustainability embodies what it means to become, be, and grow as a teacher in Scotland. Again, which is a fantastic statement. But how do you make that happen? Well, let me take an example. And next slide, please. We run a whole series of programs for educators. And this particular one is online. And one of the reasons for that is getting online becomes more inclusive. It means you can, in a country like Scotland, which has people that are very far flung, you can engage people from a wide variety of places. So main principles, collaboration, inquiry of this program, and depth. So it's not a one-off. It's not something that happens just as a one-off 1 hour engagement. It happens over a long period of time. This is a set of modules over 10 weeks with deepening engagement beyond. And what do we do within this? Next slide, please. We, first of all, create a sense of community online. We do this by drawing people into an online space, making people feel comfortable, connecting people as a community, and so that they develop this ethos of knowledge sharing and collaboration. And they're coming from all sorts of different contexts and sites. And with that, then deepening of engagement is possible. And most importantly, it's taken back into the context. So they're coming from lots of contexts, and they identify something that they want to do in that context as an action research aspect and do it. So next slide, please. This involves a cycle, which is a habit really that needs to be a capacity building habit for everybody right throughout their career, which is thinking about something, planning what to do, doing it, and then thinking about what happened, reflecting on that, and then using that to develop something else. So they do that within the program, but it then goes beyond there. And next slide, please. So on very specific things, and they can be small, but also very, very large. And last slide, please. Next slide, please. And just to say that this then can happen across Scotland, but it can also be taken globally. So the same sort of approach we're currently using on a free course, online course hosted on Coursera, and there's going to be a similar 2-week one during COP. So using the same sorts of approaches to engage people from wherever they're coming from.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Betsy. It was another example of a regional approach. And it's we've gone through the global level. We've seen a local discussion that where ownership and continuous learning also played a huge role. We now looked into Scotland having a deep learning over a longer time to empower the capacity building. And now we're going to Malaysia, our current host country where we're today. And I'd like to invite Karen now as our last speaker. Karen is the Director of Education Studies at the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, often known as SDSN, Asia headquarters here. She's spearheading the efforts under the Mission 4.7 initiative to transform K-12 education, so a specific focus on schools in the Asia Pacific by making sustainable development a key feature in the national curriculum. Karen was previously the Director of Strategy and Operations in the Jeffrey Sachs Center on Sustainable Development. And prior to joining Sunway University, where SDSN is housed, she was part of the senior management of the Razak School of Government, as well as Research and Communications Manager to a prominent member of the Malaysian royalty with a focus on human and economic development, governance, education, and national unity. She holds a master's in Sustainable Development Management and international master's in ASEAN Studies and an honors in finance and accounting. So it's my pleasure to welcome you to the stage today, and I'd like to hand it over to you, Karen. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Catherine. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here and to be amongst this fantastic fellow panelists. It was very enlightening to hear about the work that's being done in Pune and in Scotland. And of course, UNESCO is one of our partners in the Mission 4.7 consortium. I would like to share about how we are taking forward the ideas and the aspirations of Mission 4.7, starting with Malaysia as a pilot, with the hopes of it being scaled up regionally and wherever applicable globally as well. Could you go to the next slide, please? So just a very quick introduction to what Mission 4.7 is. This was really the brainchild of Pope Francis. And in December 2020, this initiative was officially launched by Pope Francis, Ban Ki-moon, and Audrey Azoulay, the UNESCO Director General. The three of them are also patrons of this initiative. And globally, the consortium is made up of UNESCO, SDSN, which I represent, the Columbia Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University, and the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizenship. And its objectives are really to advance Target 7 of SDG 4. And specifically, what it does is it aims to create, curate, and disseminate resources for teaching and learning to enable Target 4.7 to be realized. It also aims to develop and identify innovations And this is where technological innovations come in teaching and learning, and to also identify success stories and best practices that are happening around the world so that they can be adapted and replicated in other parts. Next slide, please. So after this whole launch happened, SDSN, which at that time had 2 offices, one in New York and one in Paris, but with a growing membership base in Asia, and also seeing Asia as a continent of growing importance in the achievement of global sustainable development, a 3rd office was established, and that is where I'm based, and it's hosted at Sunway University. And one of the big projects under the Asia office was really to advance Mission 4.7 in this part of the world. So being based in Malaysia and being put in charge of this team, we thought, let's look at Malaysia as an example. Let's look at Malaysia as a pilot, because we have an education system whose issues and challenges have been talked about and lamented about for decades. So we thought this would be a good place to start. So let's collect some evidence to see where does Malaysia stand when it comes to ESD. Next, please. So we conducted this study, and the findings were interesting, not totally unexpected though. We looked at the curriculum. So we mapped the curriculum against certain criteria on how to assess the presence of elements of sustainable development. And we found that elements of sustainable development indeed existed in the curriculum, but mainly in the science subjects. However, we found that there were a lot of opportunities for interdisciplinary learning that was not tapped. When it came to teacher professional development, on the other hand, this was very, very interesting, and where we actually saw the biggest gaps, because teachers themselves felt that they were not prepared and they did not have sufficient knowledge themselves to be able to impart that knowledge in their classrooms. And the other thing that we found through this study, and this was mainly through interviews with school teachers, school leaders, etc., we found that even if they were passionate about sustainable development and ESD, they felt that the structures were kind of their obstacle. So it was not part of their KPI to do things differently, to try, to be radical, pedagogically speaking. And they couldn't really, they found that they were really in it alone. Next, please. Now, unlike Scotland, which has ESD very much explicit in their policy, in their education blueprint, in Malaysia's case, it is not explicit. We have a very comprehensive education blueprint, a really, really fantastic document, which was supposed to guide transformation of education, of K-12 education, between 2013 and 2025. Okay, and although ESD is not explicit in that document, we did find, however, that there are 11 shifts in that document that were proposed, and ESD corresponds very nicely with 8 of them. So policies are aligned with ESD, just not explicit. But despite this, despite the policies existing, we found that implementation was a challenge. Next, please. So this is just to illustrate to you where Malaysia stands when it comes to learning poverty. And Malaysia is, it's somewhere in the middle of that chart there. And basically, it says that our learning poverty rates are far too high given the commitments that we have made and the level of development that the country is at. Next, please. And teacher quality features so prominently throughout. So the chart on the left shows that if you start a child who is at the 50th percentile, and then two children, you put one in with a high-performing teacher and one with a low-performing teacher. 3 years later, the one under the high-performing teacher would move to the 66th percentile, while the one under the low-performing teacher would move down to the 34th percentile. And if you look at the chart on the right, if you put a child, this was taken based on math scores, and I'm not saying that math scores are the perfect way to assess performance. It's merely to illustrate how a child's performance changes under different quality teachers. So under different quality teacher, if you look at Malaysia on the far right, their scores improve by 15 percentage points. Next, please. So there was a World Bank study that was recently released, and the challenges that we found through our study actually corresponds very well with that study as well. So when it comes to capacity building for ESD, these are some of the challenges that we had identified. I want to just highlight access to high quality in-service teacher training. So that was a major gap that we found. And the other one I want to highlight is the knowledge of new and effective pedagogical strategies and innovations. Next, please. So following that, we've designed an intervention. Am I out of time? Okay, so it's simple. We've started to develop a comprehensive teacher professional development program. And the main feature of this is it's meant to be school-based. So what we intend to do is when we go to a school, we train all the teachers, regardless of what subjects they teach. And we try to create a community where they feel like they're in it together and they can pursue projects and have their children, their students involved, and also introduce a lot of pedagogical innovations. And once we do that, we've already begun to build partnerships with SDSN members around the region to also utilize these resources that we've developed and to scale them up according to their local context, of course. Next, please. So these are the modules. It's 5 modules. It will be conducted over 3 months in the school itself. Next, please. And we have all these lesson plans that have already been developed, organized by grade and subject, and available now in 13 languages. Next, please. And basically, this chart just shows how vast SDSN's network is. And this is basically the potential partners we have to work with, but not limited to these, of course. The partnerships that we can build go far beyond it. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. Yeah, big round of applause for all of our panelists. Thank you very much for the different presentations. And now I'd like to, before I give the audience in this room the chance, I'd like to honor an online question first. And the question comes from Subarna Sivapalan. I think a lot of people in the room know her as well. University of Nottingham, and also a UNESCO chair in the network. And Subarna has a question for Betsy, and she's wondering how involved school leaders and teachers in the development of the Scotland program were, and how impactful was the program to develop sustainability literacy among teachers and students? If you would like to answer that question.
Thank you very much for that question. And I think the issue of school leadership is really central to capacity building, and also, as you mentioned, Karen, the important aspect of just engaging everyone in the school, this whole school, whole setting approach. In terms of the action plan, which I guess is what the question is asking about, in relation to learning for sustainability. The first plan really didn't engage with educators, and importantly, it didn't engage with learners either. And this new plan has at its core, having done research specifically with educators and learners. So it was a process that took about a year to bring about, of engaging at primary and secondary level teachers and learners. And so I think, I hope that this new movement for change is going to be strengthened by that. But I do feel that a plan is just a plan. It's the important thing is to implement it. And we have a group that are pushing forward the change. I don't like the term myself, but a so-called leadership group. But it's quite inclusive in that it does have representatives from young people part of that group. Also, the teacher unions representing teachers are a very strong part of that group, as well as the agencies and the NGOs. So, you need everybody in the room. It has to be absolutely everyone if it's going to work. And we also need to reach out to expertise from the global community too, to find out what's working well elsewhere. And that's why this is such a fantastic opportunity, I think, to speak to people and learn from others as to what does work. It's not easy.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope, Subarna, your questions were answered. And for now, I'm starting to look around, and I'm in a second turnaround. If anyone, oh yeah, I'm seeing hands coming up. If you could ask a question, maybe also direct the question to the speaker that you would like to answer.
Okay. Yeah.
And it can also be a comment. So I'm also inviting for comments. It doesn't only have to be questions for wisdom. It can also be sharing wisdom.
Okay, thank you. I'm Wei Zhu from RCE Suzhou, and I'm a graduate student studying education and research design methodology at Oxford. So thank you so much for the insightful presentations, and I feel really inspired for your effort and works. So my question is primarily on educators and the implementation of these ESD principles in the educational landscape. So how can we best support educators in meeting the professional standards necessary to make this vision a reality, especially for a newly founded network such as RCE Suzhou, as we were founded last year, and also in regions where we might lack kind of systematic framework for teacher training, especially in China, where we have 55 ethnic minority groups. So there's kind of imbalance regarding educational resources. So as some background information, RCE Suzhou is taking some approaches such as project-based learning materials, and also incorporated with some social-emotional learning materials with emotions, like how to teach children deal with emotions. And we're fortunate to have Dr. Shgen Dong, the father of sustainable education in China, guiding our efforts. Thank you so much, and really looking forward to your suggestions. Thank you.
Would you like to let us know your preference? Who should start answering this question?
Betty,
or
please.
Anybody would like to volunteer? Yeah, go ahead, Julie. Yeah.
Yeah, we thought a lot about the fact that we ask a lot of teachers where if you want to have ESD implemented in a whole school, in a whole community approach, and quite often with a one-off teacher training whereby we take the teachers out of their context, train them most of the time very theoretically, and then they have to go back into their quite challenging context. That does not work out. So again, referring to that program we had in Southern Africa, Sustainability Starts with Teachers, here the approach is really to accompany them in inducing change in their institution. And that can only happen if you extend capacity building. You can, for example, support peer-to-peer learning. We see that more and more, not only in ESD, that fellow teachers accompany another teacher in introducing new pedagogies or new teaching approaches. Creating communities of practice is also very important in that sense.
Thank you for that. Would anybody like to add perspective from India, Scotland, Malaysia?
I'd just like to quickly add to that. I totally agree with you, Julia, which was why we designed our program such that we go to the school and we actually adapt the content of the training according to the school, because every school is different. A rural school is very different from an affluent urban school, etc. And likewise, every country situation is different as well. So I think if you really want to get teacher capacity building well structured, as was your question, it really has to start with some kind of policymaker realization first that some transformation needs to take place. So, for example, what we are doing is once we run this pilot of teacher training in selected schools, we are going to then write a very detailed implementation plan of how this can be scaled up to the 11,000 schools that are in the country. And we're lucky that we have the Ministry of Education working closely with us and that we engage with frequently. So this helps. So once we present to them this implementation plan, there is a better likelihood of seeing a big impact change happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And I'm looking around. Are there any more comments or questions? Anybody would like to?
Actually, I had a question, but I just want to add to what our panelists just said. Responding to the questions over there, it's actually really important to have a systematic way of training teachers and having a standardized competency standards for teachers to roll out to every corner of the country. But it's a challenge for countries, especially with the limited resources. What UNU as a secretariat is currently trying to do with the action-oriented pedagogy research that we are doing. I'm sure many of you were interviewed by our team, and this is first year, but then third year actually is going to be the teacher training of your RCEs from UNU standards, UNU competency kind of profiles for the action-oriented pedagogy, at least for the action-oriented pedagogy. So that's in the plan actually. So you can actually look forward to this training from the Secretariat that we got actually from your cases, from your own experiences of RCEs to spread through different RCEs and the teachers in the rural area and different parts of the world. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Two questions, one for Betsy. You're unique as an RCE at a national level. And I assume that comes with certain perks, the idea of being able to go directly to the federal government. Would you recommend that RCEs or countries where there are a number of RCEs that they form some kind of national association to do that? And for Karen, Mission 4.7 is really hoping to use education to transform society, where I'm sure the Malaysian government probably wants to use it to transform education outcomes, PISA scores, that sort of thing. how do you balance, or is that an assumption that's absolutely wrong? Or how do you work it? Thanks.
I agree. I do think we are in a very privileged position in relation to communication with government. It's not a huge country. We are a country of just 5 million people. And actually, as an RCE, our base is 5 minutes walk from Parliament, and we can walk into Parliament and we can speak to parliamentarians. So at a national level, we have been very lucky in having that sort of access. But in relation to this theme, and probably all themes, I think having some policy structure there is important, and being able to influence that is an important role, I think, of RCEs. So in answer to your question, I certainly would recommend RCEs getting together and thinking about advocacy and how they can translate ESD for 2030 aspirations, how they can work together to promote those things at a more national level. But then governance, of course, is at all sorts of different levels. So you can have an influence, can't you, at local government too, it's in your RCE, as well as within a school. You could have or an organization, you can have an influence on policy.
Sure. Just to answer Charles's question. So, yes, Mission 4.7 hopes to transform society because it's only through education we believe that the other SDGs can be achieved. The Malaysian government, it's not that they're using it to improve PISA scores, but our PISA scores has been a source of discomfort for some time. And I personally believe that was what led to the writing of that blueprint in the first place, or one of the main reasons anyway. So when we advocated for the adoption of ESD and, to take the idea of Mission 4.7 forward nationally, we did not face any resistance. And fortunately, also, Malaysia is a member of UNESCO's ESD net. So they've made certain commitments, and we are there to support them in meeting those commitments. So I think the PISA is just like a surprising bonus if it improves in that process. Thank you.
And thank you. And just to add to your response to the question, I have worked with the OECD in terms of this PISA and the implementation in the past, and I don't know the current situation very much, but the tendency was the questions asked in PISA should be catering the questions to solve the problems. Okay, and that was really the huge discussion already about 10 years ago. So I probably need to follow up what kind of change have happened. And also, that Japan is a country which is very exam-oriented, the country, but there has been the phenomena focusing more on the problem solving, the questions, rather than the static, the questions. And so there is a national competency exam, which takes, I think, a 5th grade and 8th grade. There is a question like problem A and problem B. And problem A focuses more on the simple, the question calculation, the Chinese character writing, but problem B really have a problem, the questions, and the children are free to answer those questions. And I think this trend has become prevailed actually in the Japanese examination system gradually. And I think that's also the influence of those international and competency exams. So I think we probably need to take a closer look of what is happening, because now the world is talking about, we need the kids, we need the children, we need a young next generation who can really face such a complicated problems that we had never experienced in the 20th century. So I think that those international competency exams really has to reflect that kind of the trend, particularly after this impact of the pandemic. Okay, thank you. Did I answer your question?
Thank you very much, Dr. Yamaguchi. And as I would like to honor the schedule that we're on today, I would like to give everyone 60 seconds to wrap up and say whatever you wish you would have been asked, whatever you really want to have people to take away. So everyone gets 60 seconds, and we're starting with Julia.
Okay, I haven't thought about that, but one thing that struck me is the different communities we're catering for. You know, we are building capacity with, and therefore also the variety in approaches we have to take. And just, we might not answer that question now, but I thought maybe communities that are still feeling more marginalized in general, thinking about your center in Pune, those are the ones that need more investment also in terms of convincing them, taking them along, and we have to honor that.
Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Kiran.
Well, I think Julia spoke for me, because this is exactly what I was thinking, that it is these communities that do need a lot of, you know, to be looked out for and cared for. Yeah, that's right.
Thank you, Kiran. And over to Betsy.
I suppose for me, we've spoken quite a bit about policy engagement, but in terms of capacity building, getting out that message that actually learning for sustainability is quality education, that it does motivate learners, that it is fun, it's enjoyable, it connects, and it's what we need for the future. So that message through our capacity building is one that will bring all educators into the tent. And I just feel that we all need to be promoting that as a message.
And Karen, please.
I think I would like to wrap up by saying that a lot of attention has always been on content or on assessment results or on students or on national outcomes. We need to also pay a lot of attention to supporting educators, to consider their well-being and really their true purpose as educators. In Malaysia, at least, very often that is lost in their achievement of KPIs and their workload. They forget what their core purpose is. And I think we need to support them so that they are reminded that they are nurturing a generation of future change makers and problem solvers.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. And also, if I may add, appreciate them and be grateful for the role that teachers playing in our lives and in our societies. So with that, I would like to wrap up this very interesting discussion on capacity and development that showed us a global to local approach, showed us how important contextualization is, how it comes down to people. We need to include youth. The call for youth was renewed in this conversation again, and we need to continuously learn with and from each other, and we need to collaborate. So thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Catherine, Dr. Catherine, today for the sessions. It's very interesting sessions, talking about themes, PISA. Seems like in the morning that we talk about ranking systems. Yeah, so we will have a short, those who need a restroom, otherwise we are doing the changing setup for the next panel. Thank you again for the to the moderator and all the panels. So next sessions will have a very energetic youth group, youth regional coordinator, to be moderated by our own RCE Greater Gombak Coordinator. Would like to invite Ali to take a seat, and also the other three regional coordinator. They are the HQ coordinator, Jury. You around, Jury? Yeah, Jury will be, yeah, Jury is one. The next one's another one is Evans Oya, the RCE Youth Coordinator from Africa. You can take your own break, yeah, and then come back. Another one is Miss Young UN Environment Program Unit. Last but not least will be Miss Oriana Silva, RCE Youth Coordinator for America. That reflect. Yeah. Yeah. While the chair is preparing, the moderator is chairing the setup, I'd like to welcome Wasik as well, joining us today. Thank you for joining us. You will notice from the program that there will be a session referred to as reflections. Yeah, this reflection will be to pick up the sessions. Any left question, maybe Sina, you want to ask again the questions from the morning sessions. We'll do the reflections in after the sessions. So I'll pass the floor to Mr. Ali.
Good evening and salam sejahtera to everyone. So first of all, I would like to apologize for if I cough quite a bit and for my coarse voice, because I'm currently quite under the weather the past few days. But the show must go on, and I guess this kind of captures the spirit of the youth. No matter the weather, will try to go on because it involves our future. And that's the thing, because I'll just take off my mask. It's uncomfortable to talk. And that's the thing, because the future of the world will involve the youth, and as the future proceeds, it's something that will always keep continuing. Meaning to say that as us as the youth today will be ensuring the progress for the youth in the future. Because we're not going to be young forever. We may be young at heart, but everyone here, most of us, I'm sure we're all young at heart. So, but what we need to make sure is that all the future of the country, the future of the world will always be not only good. Good is not enough, but ever progressing. And that's what sustainability is all about. It's not only to sustain what we have today, but to sustain the development itself. And so for this, we have invited 4 panelists who will be discussing about this issue and speaking from their perspectives, especially in their own expertise and fields. So firstly, I would like to introduce Ms. Juri Michino as the Program Assistant and Youth Focal Point for UNU-IAS, Mr. Ivan Soya as the RCE Youth Coordinator for Regional Youth Coordinator for Africa. And then we have Ms. Yongran He. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it incorrect. All right, thank you. Right, so she's as the Program Management Officer for United Nations Environment Program. And finally, last but not least, we have Oriana Silva as the Regional Youth Coordinator for the Americas. So to start things off, I'll pass over to Ms. Juri. She is a very important figure to our future. With a background in political science and economy, she's the program assistant for innovation and education program at the UNUIAS. And her experience prior to joining UNUIAS, even while UNUIAS, makes her an excellent choice for us to bring here and talk about this. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to you to discuss about our youth empowerment.
Thank you very much, Ali. Hello, my name is Jerry Machino, as introduced. And it's been really wonderful to meet everyone in person here and in spirit with everyone online. I've been really enjoying our conversations and connections. And again, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity and stage. I am program assistant as well as youth focal point. And I'll be speaking on what the Global RCE Service Center has been doing in terms of youth empowerment and engagement, mostly for this past year, but also throughout. Next slide, please. As shared in Dr. Yamaguchi's opening remarks, there's 4 stages of development for youth engagement, starting with ignore, recognize, listen, and integrate. So what is the Global RCE Service Center working on currently? We have been continuously trying on 2, 3, and 4. So recognizing, listening, and integrating youth into our activities for the Global RCE network. And I will introduce 2 examples today. Next slide, please. So how do we listen to the youth? As introduced by Miki-san previously, we hold the RCE Youth Art Challenge annually for the past 3 years. The Youth Art Challenge is to provide youth with a platform to voice their opinions and concerns for sustainability issues using art as the universal language. So we try to break the barriers of language by using art and providing global youth beyond RCE network to submit their artwork and provide them a platform with voicing their opinions. Also to inspire action for ESD and SDGs. So as UNUIAS and the Global RCE Service Center, we try to extend their voices and have other global institutions and other people beyond RCE network also listen to their voices. So in 2021, the video for the Youth Climate Art Challenge was featured in a session on arts and science represented by Dr. Yamaguchi at COP26 along with UNUEHS. In 2022, the Youth Biodiversity Art Challenge went beyond just the awards, and we had an in-person exhibition that invited about 3,000 people at our headquarters in the GEOC space in Tokyo. And so in 2023, the Youth Art Challenge truly expanded and took flight, and we invited more than 200 artists, and we have 18 awardees who are already featured on our website, and we're looking for opportunities and ways to further disseminate their voices and to have the global community really listen to the voices of youth. Next slide, please. And integrate. Integrate, as introduced by Dr. Yamaguchi, is integrating to policy formulation and action. So for the first time in 2023, UNUIAS officially appointed youth regional coordinators who are here present with me, some of them on the panel today, and also 2 others from Europe, possibly online, joining us today. And for the past year, we have I have worked with the regional youth coordinators to further action and also policy formulation with them and they participated in the Ubuntu Committee of Peers, which happened the day before the Global RCE Conference for the first time. And they actively engaged and made comments and questions and presentations about the future strategies and the future plans for the Global RCE network. So yes, that's how the Global RCE network has been integrating youth into our activities, but also something that was mentioned throughout our year working together was how can we get individual RCEs to also integrate youth into their activities. And something very crucial is for RCEs to have youth coordinators. And so if you are unsure, or if you are not aware if your RCE has a youth coordinator, you can go onto our website and check if there is a contact point for youth coordinators. And if not, please feel free to reach out to the regional youth coordinators or myself to help set that up on our website. Yes. So, yes. So, excuse me. We've been listening and integrating as much as we can for the past year, and we are working hard towards developing our plan for 2024. Before I move on to closing, I also wanted to acknowledge the rest of the youth members that are here in this conference room with us. So, of course, Ali being the youth coordinator of Greater Gombak. And I also know that there are participants as young as 15 in the room with us who are self-funded to participate in the Global RCE Conference. So thank you very much to the youth members, and a big round of applause. And with that, I close my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jury. So I guess that really shows that the approaching youth is well, as we know, not as easy as just telling them what to do. They won't really want to follow. And of course, we also have the issue of language barriers, which even within the same country, as we've seen just now in the cultural presentations, we have aside the nationals in Malaysia, we also have refugees who are seeking refuge here, or even within Malaysians themselves, they speak a lot of languages. And art is one of the most universal ways to reach out to everyone. And there are also many other ways of doing this, and we just have to explore and find out new opportunities. And this is why networking is also important. So, speaking as a focal point of the youth focal point for UNUIAS, what would you say is one of the biggest impact, one of the most impactful activities or methods so far throughout the many things that has been going on in the RCE youth community across the globe?
Right, thank you. So all of our events, including the ECOSOC Youth Forum, the side event at the ECOSOC Youth Forum, our youth webinar, have all been online, and we've been able to build connections regardless of the distance in between us. But I would say this exact conference, meeting the regional youth coordinators, making this personal connection, discussing beyond the monitor, has been extremely impactful. And I really look forward to our plan in 2024, taking this relationship that we've built and connection that we've built. And hopefully Alkesina can take back this message to the rest of the coordinators back in Europe. And yeah, so I would say, of course, online relationships and connections and networking is wonderful, but also this in person, it helps a lot. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So now, Mr. Evans, you are the RCE Regional Youth Coordinator for Africa, and you have a lot of experience working there. As for your information, he's currently teaching wildlife management at the Masai Mara University in Kenya, and he has a background in forestry and wildlife management. So it's and he's also worked in various efforts in transitioning Africa into a better and more sustainable world. Africa as a world is on its own. And he's also involved in a lot of ESG works, especially with his background. And he's also worked on a lot of youth empowerment efforts in Africa, promoting youth engagement with ESD and SDG efforts, while at the same time working beyond just the RCE circle. So from your perspective, with your experiences, what would you say are among the biggest challenges in all these efforts, and how would you comment on how we should move forward from our works today?
Okay, Mr. Ali, thank you for having me. Having me today is a proof that we are actually focusing on a bigger, perspective and involving everyone in the ESD. So, this is the panelists who are experienced and audience who are having expansive careers and successful careers. I'm honored to be with you. My name is Ivan Souya from Masai Mara University in Kenya. My background is on wildlife management, but I also do a lot of projects in forestry. I also do funded proposals, maybe because there is a challenge in funding in my country, to further our efforts on getting the ESD and to improve the knowledge of the youth. So just to get you to speed, how many people are 35 and below in this room? Kindly. 35 and below. Yeah. 35 and below. But if you are youthful at heart, you can also just carry your hand. Yeah. So sure. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Prof. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, so I know some people are laughing, but Prof is youthful at heart because he's also a mentor of the youth. So thank you for that. So next slide, please. So in just introducing what I do, in Kenya, one of our best renowned foresters, Professor Wangari Maathai, the late, had a converse analogy of the story of the hummingbird and the burning forest. In her story, she shared that one day in a land that I'll not tell you the name, the forest was burning, and all animals moved out of the forest. As a wildlifer, the smallest bird is the hummingbird, but the most active because the smaller the bird, then the more active because it needs a lot of energy because they have higher metabolism rates. So while the forest was burning, the hummingbird was moving to the river, picking drops of water and just trying to put out the fire, whilst other animals were out of the forest. The biggest bird that is now flying is the ostrich. They were watching. The biggest land mammal is the elephant. They have big trunks. They were just watching. Other wildlife, all of them were just watching and asking the hummingbird, what's the inspiration behind you maybe trying to put off this big fire with only small drops? Then, it became ridiculous. But the hummingbird could not listen to them. What the hummingbird did is to continue just dropping. And again, the hummingbird, with this activity and speed, and it's the smallest bird, can even move. It's the only bird that can move rivers. Yeah, it can go forward and backward. So it was just doing continuously and successively. So finally, it rained and the fire was put out, but the hummingbird did something about it. So what I'm just trying to tell you is that the youth, everywhere we are, we could see that the problem is too big, but what are you doing about it? So let me share with you what I've done about the problem, the problem that is in my country or is in my RCE. My RCE is called South Rift in Kenya, that is in Africa. So number one is youth-led partnerships for the goals. I'll tell you how, and the role that the youth can play in sustainability and community development, then local community actions to achieve sustainability. So in my undergraduate studies in the university, I was in a position to mobilize because I was a student leader then. So I mobilized and realized that there were a lot of pressing problems in my area. Originally, I'm not born in that area, but I studied there. So creatively, I engaged the university management and we started planting trees. Later, I was retained to the same university, maybe to just continue with my mentorship programs. So I did a proposal because one of the problems is that wildlife habitats were shrinking, forests were shrinking due to an abated human population, ill-planned settlements, unsustainable agriculture, and unsustainable livestock rearing. So when I did my first proposal, I had the baseline survey, I had the needs assessment. I knew that the community, some of them, because they are illiterate, could not understand the relationship between their livelihoods and the negative environmental feedbacks. Therefore, I did my first proposal. It was funded by the Rafford Foundation. I did the second one, and currently I got the third funding of £10,000 of the same. So we continue, and I engage school kids from primary to high school to the university. So I use university students to get out and do a lot of tree planting, and we establish environmental clubs in high school and primary schools. Next slide, please. So in doing that, you can see in that session, the picture directly below, that was myself with in a girls' school, and I had around 63 students from my university environmental club just to train. Then on the far right, on my far left, that is primary school kids, and then the others are other Africans who have embraced the same. So we also try to educate the public on alternative livelihoods. We tell them that forest destruction should not be part of the only reason why they should earn a living. So we try in planting trees, but we do fruit trees. We also try to do other trees that are having medicinal value so that they can earn from the same. Next slide, please. Yeah, so how do we benefit from that, or how do we do that, or how do you do that? So we've leveraged on education for sustainable development, because I and we from South Rift Kenya believe that if we educate the youth, the young kids from primary, we are trying to solve the problem from the grassroots. And interestingly, we believe because students come from all over the country to these schools, they can take this information back to their homes and it will trickle down surely. And the next is engage partners. So like the Rafford Foundation, we also try to educate students in the university and high school about other sustainable development goals. In doing that, we also, I think, with God's grace, I've begun involving students in doing, trying to help them do proposals. The last slide, please. Yeah, so we also engage local administration. We also engage the community and just trying to create a change. So thank you. And in Swahili, we say asante sana, to mean thank you. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Felipe Vance. So I guess, especially with his hummingbird metaphor, we really know the effect or the impact of youth, and that's why we should empower them. I shall quote the former Indonesian president who was quoted to say, "Berikan aku 1000 orang tua niscaya akan ku cabut semeru dari akarnya. Namun berikan aku 10 pemuda, niscaya akan ku guncangkan sedunia. Which basically means, give me 1,000 old people, or not old, but like, give me 1,000 adults, seniors, yes. And I shall unroot a tree from its roots. But give me 10 youth, and I shall shake the whole world. That's basically what it means. So thank you very much, Ms. Evans. So now we shall proceed to Ms. Yongan, who's the Program Management Officer at the United Nations Environment Program. She's leading the Global Opportunities for Sustainable Development Goals initiatives in the Asia-Pacific region. And she focuses on the SDGs 12 and 8, working on with various levels in the community, be it the government agencies, small, medium enterprises, all those, and most importantly, the youth community in the region. So having worked with these government agencies, we know that sometimes with all the bureaucratic issues, there are problems and with the resistance of to change and such. So what are the biggest lessons that we can take from your success in these regions, in your works, that we as these small regions or wherever we are, to implement on our own communities?
Thank you. And hi, everyone. I'm Young Ran from UN Environment Program Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, based in Thailand. And I think I can answer his question in my presentation, where I would like to introduce 3 immediate opportunities that UNEP can offer to empower RCE youth representatives in different aspects. And next, please. So first opportunity is to become part of UNEP's Children and Youth Major Group. So UN works with 9 major groups and stakeholders, one of which is Children and Youth Group. Engaging major groups and stakeholders as partners has been at the core of UNEP's operations, and we have a very active group of children and youth constituency, and would like to invite all the RC youth representatives to be part of them. Next, please. So firstly, by joining the group, RC youth representatives will be able to engage in regional and global intergovernmental processes on environment. And to briefly introduce, UNEP hosts the UN Environment Assembly every 2 years, which is the world's highest level decision-making body on the environment, with a universal membership of all 193 UN member states. And before every UN Environment Assembly, UNEP holds Forum of Environment Ministers at the regional level, so that the member states and stakeholders can discuss regional environmental priorities to inform the global level discussion at the upcoming UN Environment Assembly. And prior to the Regional Ministerial Forum, next slide, please. I'm just showing here how it works. I worked for Asia and the Pacific region. So we host regional youth environment forums in advance of the Ministerial Forum, so that youth groups can have a self-organized space to strategize their collective inputs and also train and build capacity of youth participating in regional ministerial forums, as well as the UN Environment Assembly. So these are the pictures. The one up is from Asia Pacific Youth Forum, which just took place early October. And the other one is from Latin America Youth Forum, which took place 2 weeks ago. Next, please. So what comes out from the Youth Environment Forum, they produce outcome document, which is submitted to the Ministers Forum as youth input. And this year in Asia Pacific region, the youth put forward 8 action points, one of which is urging member states to support the Green Jobs for Youth Pact, which is another initiative where UNEP is working with youth for green skills building and green jobs creation. Next, please. They also make verbal interventions throughout the Ministers Forum, and all their input are included in the regional input along with those of member states to the UN Environment Assembly. And next, please. Here, I just want to show you the agenda of this year's Asia Pacific Forum of Ministers. So as you can see at the opening of the ministerial segment, we had keynote address delivered by youth representative together with Prime Minister, Vice President, and President of member states. So at UNEP, we take youth voice very seriously and is continuously enhancing our meaningful engagement with youth in our operations. Next, please. And in addition to contributing to the intergovernmental processes, youth can also build capacities and establish regional and global networks. The Children and Youth Major Group has 17 working groups, and one is on environmental education, where I'm sure RCE youth members can bring a lot of value addition. And through these working groups, you will find capacity building trainings, opportunities to contribute to different regional and global environmental processes, join campaigns, and build connections with peers within and across the regions. Next, please. I just brought a snapshot of their calendar of events from this year, just from September. As you can see here, different working groups working on environmental law, health, holds different events, including capacity building sessions, campaigns, and preparing youth inputs to ministerial forums. And for the second half of this year, I actually couldn't find any session organized by environmental education working groups. I believe there is a lot of space for RCE youth representatives to contribute to raising awareness, building capacities of the youth peers on ESD, and bringing ESD higher in the agenda of youth discussion to bring forward to member states. So next, please. And this is how you can join. You can just go to the website, click join, and then you can register as an organization or as an individual. Next, please. Second opportunity is to become accelerators of the Sustainable Lifestyles Academy. The Academy offers educational tools to train youth intermediaries, and influencers, and others on transitioning to sustainable lifestyles. And by becoming activators, they will be recognized as allies of UNEP's work on sustainable living, and will have access to trainings and network of like-minded organizations committed to a more sustainable future. Next, please. So these are the available tools. We have Anatomy of Action, which is a social media campaign toolkit, My Sustainable Living Challenge, an online gamified learning module, Sustainable Lifestyles online module, the Little Book of Green Nudges, which is a toolkit for greening university campuses through behavioral change, and the Green Jobs for Youth Pact, which is a collaboration between UNEP, UNICEF, ILO to ensure just transition for youth to a greener economy through green skills building and green jobs creation. Next, please. So how to become activators? You can visit this website and follow the simple steps. It shows 6 steps, but once you complete up to step 3, you will be recognized as the activator. So we really invite all the RCE youth representatives to become these activators so that you receive training, access toolkits, and also be kept informed. And next, please. And I did not initially include this slide, but after speaking to many of you and learning about the community engagement works led by students, I found that many of the activities have elements of entrepreneurship, and also received some questions regarding funding opportunities. So although this is a regional initiative, I just wanted to share this information so that those who can find this interesting can apply to this one or find similar opportunities. So this year on World Environment Day, 5th of June, UNEP with various partners launched Low Carbon Earth Accelerator, which supports green startups in Asia and the Pacific region, working in the 5 sectors of microplastics, textiles, agri-food, renewable energy, and cooling. So within just 2 months of time, we received over 420 applications. We shortlisted 68 of them and started the 12-week online bootcamp from this October. And the online bootcamp sessions are delivered by industry leaders with weekly networking and mentoring sessions, followed by bilateral pitching sessions with investors to potentially access financing. So we do not provide direct funding support, but facilitate access to financing. So I'm sure there are many other similar initiatives led by UN agencies, NGOs, universities, or the private sector. So those who are interested can find similar ones. And next is my last question. So let's stay connected. There are many more opportunities that are not listed here or yet to be crystallized. So if you can share your contact information by scanning the QR code, we can keep you informed, or you can send me you can reach out to me to my email, and then I'll be happy to share information, connect you with my colleagues in different regional offices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Youngwon. So I think it will be very important to connect with someone like you, especially with your involvement in like the Go for SDGs initiatives and all of that. And we can learn a lot from all the work that's being done, especially in like with her position as the program management officer for UNEP. So without further ado, our final presenter panel for today, Miss Oriana. She's the Regional Youth Coordinator for the Americas. And she's not only passionate about sustainable development, as we know, she's also passionate in education and has had the experience teaching, being a teacher multiple times. And her works in empowering youth traverses beyond the regional boundaries of the Americas. She hosted the RCE Youth International Meetings, assembling representatives from all over, from every continent for the purpose of ESD. And she's dedicated a lot of time networking with others and achieving our goals for sustainable development. And therefore, I believe she will be a very fitting panel to lead this discussion to close up all of this. So without further ado, I'll let you speak.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for so wonderful introduction. My name is Oriana Silva. I'm the RCE Americas Youth Coordinator. Also, besides that, I'm a chemist, BA and French BA from the University of North Texas, and the president and founder of the Sustainable Age Student Journal. So you wonder why I'm here. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, a little bit about me. So I am Venezuelan American. I was born and raised Venezuelan. I'm also American. I'm from a country where its citizens represent 7.7 million of refugees around the world. This was updated by the United Nations Refugee Agency this August 2023. Being Venezuelan equipment with resilience, I have experienced many, well, let's say I have experienced food shortage, I have experienced water scarcity, electricity scarcity. So the fact of growing up with that made me realize the importance of taking care not only about our environment, but also the way that we administer our natural resources. This inspired me to join the RCE in North Texas in 2020. At the same time, I was working in sustainability at Dallas College, where I was also a student. Even though I finished the internship about 1 year after, or yeah, more than 1 year, I continued with the network. In 2020, we all know we experienced COVID. It was very harmful for everybody. I had so many projects. It was the 50th anniversary of Earth Day. We were honoring Rachel Carson, but then suddenly we get shut down and we had to do everything online. And my question was that how can we engage youth in an online environment? How can we make them stay connected even though they are very overwhelmed with classes over Zoom, Microsoft Teams and such? So that inspired me to create the Sustainable Age Student Journal that I just mentioned before. This journal has helped so many students in not only in North Texas, but also across the globe. It starts as a North Texas project, however, and it was supported by the RCE North Texas. But we have contact for different students around the United States, like, hey, I want to participate, I want to write about sustainability. And so we expand the network. We had the students about, I think, 8 universities. We have many universities. And we also had advisors from different universities and different backgrounds. So how did that work? Basically, we had advisors specialized in a specific area of the SDG, and also advisors specialized in academic writing, because the idea was supporting not only people that, okay, they are very well, they know very well English, but also people that immigrate and are not that confident with their writing. So the idea was promoting education through writing, and also looking for research. So for now, I'm currently a lab technician at the University of North Texas, hoping to start very soon my PhD in chemistry. I have research experience in the stable isotopes analysis in freshwater ecosystems, very much chemical ecology, and protein-protein stabilizing interactions, which is more theoretical chemistry or computational chemistry as well. Next slide, please. Some of the achievements that we have been done in the RCE Americas. So we expanded the TSA network from North Texas to worldwide youth involvement and published more than 30 articles. So if any of you are interested in writing for the TSA, please reach out to me at the end. I will have my contact information, or you can just talk to me. Also, we achieved establishing an environment to promote cross-collaboration between youth and professionals and youth from different backgrounds. The picture shown there is our latest RCE Americas network hosting for Greater Atlanta. And we had a youth workshop where we addressed different concerns that youth are very worried about. And we not only involve youth in this workshop, we have professionals and professors in the area that sat down with not only college students, but also high school students to dialogue and debate about these things that are affecting us daily. So that's one of the things I want to address. And the last, to get more involvement, since as was mentioned before by Yuri, that we need to have more youth leaders across not only in the country, not only in the region, but also each chapter needs to have a youth representative. So therefore, we are going to start quarterly America's Youth meetings to encourage for the chapters that don't have youth representative to recruit any representative to join us, and so we can promote also cross collaboration between youth. And well, the mission that I have here, not only in the Americas or North Texas, but also in the global network, is that I want to promote a more inclusive and equitable RCE youth network where everyone's voice is heard and everyone's ideas can be supported by professionals in sustainability. Next slide. Well, thank you so much for hearing me, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Miss Oriana. So with your experiences and how you've looked through all that you've done with the projects with the youth so far, what would you say will be the thing that the youth needs the most when it comes to empowering? Because youth empowerment can be, like, I know that some people interpret it differently.
Mm-hmm.
So how would you say is the ideal one? Is it to let the youth go for free, let them do what they want, let them lead the whole nation, and let them determine what will be the cost of the nation? Or is it to provide them more of a platform, or to give them the ability to be able to utilize all the things that they could have achieved if they actually could do those?
Okay, So following back what you meant when you mentioned that 200 no elderly seniors is
1,000, yeah.
yeah no 1,000 okay
Yeah.
seniors yeah. So I will follow back in that one because youth, we have the energy, we have the ideas, we struggle, we see the history, how things has been evolved or the opposite, they have in evolved. So we have that anger, right? Yes, but we need advice. We need people with experience. We need people with connections. We need people with fundings that can support our ideas. It can help us to canalize the all the things that we are experiences, but making them in a way that is doable and sustainable for our community. I do think that in order to promote youth empowerment, we also not only give them the opportunity to propose ideas, but also giving them the opportunity to partner with professionals in the area that can be supported and also guided through the process of getting a more sustainable community.
Okay, thank you very much for your opinion on that subject. So now that now we've reached to the question and answer session, I'm opening the floor for anyone, whether in this hall, in the Senate Hall, or online, if anyone wants to ask any questions to our panelists. Yes, please.
Dear all, thank you. I'm Su Fan Zhong. I come from RCE Suzhou as well. I'm not only a university student in the International Business School in Suzhou, but also a volunteer and project manager of Green Light Year, a non-profit organization in China. I'm 22 years old. As a member of the youth generation, I feel proud and lucky to be empowered to have the opportunity to design some curriculums and guide children in cute children in the activities. I learned a lot from your sharing about youth empowerment programs. I feel inspired. However, in the practical implementation of projects, particularly as a project manager, I often encounter budgetary challenges. Considering the importance of sustainability of the society as well as our organization, I'd like to ask our respected presenters, especially jury, have you ever faced similar budgetary issues during project implementation? And if so, how did you successfully overcome these challenges? I'm interested in hearing about any innovative approaches or strategies that can ensure both budget compliance and sustainable practice within project implementation. How can you achieve a delicate balance between earning money and make our activities more educational and meaningful? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. I think budget is an issue across generations, not only youth, but especially for youth. And to be completely open and honest, likewise, budget is always an issue. But I think one of the strengths of youth today is that we were born into technology and we were raised with technology. So innovative and creative ways to use online platforms and different tools really helps in staying connected, reaching out to people, communicating, and doing things online really helps in terms of the staying connected, but also your programs as well. I've been talking to a lot of people, and I know also within our RCE members, we also highly use different modes of communication and to stay connected. So Dr. Park, our manager, is professional in ICT, so ICT education. So another recommendation is to maybe approach her and to get some insight on how to creatively use technology. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for your scintillating discussion. I loved it. I learned so much. We have the Sustainable Future Talents from the International Business School, Suzhou, who will be presenting tomorrow. So we're all about youth empowerment. As an associate dean from a business school, I am wondering how much discussion of economics and possibly alternative economic systems is coming into these discussions with the youth. I know yesterday when we were at ESPK, right? They mentioned that they're teaching financial literacy. I know how powerful advertising and marketing can be. And children really need to have it explained to them that maybe they don't need to buy everything, and that certain forces in our economy are trying to encourage consumption when maybe that's not what we need. So I've seen several examples of the SDG wedding cake. Are we actually talking about, the wedding cake philosophy of economics? Are we talking about donut economics and other alternative systems that are coming out fairly recently?
Yes, I think that's a very good point. So we also really encourage green entrepreneurship in our work. And I actually didn't mention that when introducing the Sustainable Lifestyles Academy. So they also have an ongoing work to promote sustainability curriculum within the business schools. So the sustainability is also incorporated in the business courses, including responsible management education, environmental and social governance. You can find more information here as well as more resources. They're also hosting a global symposium. They held one in 2022, and they're having another one, I believe, in June in 2024. So there will be a global symposium discussing the sustainability courses in business schools. So there's an ongoing discussion and ongoing work within UNEP. Thanks.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? So is this connected to the principles of responsible management education, which is the consortium of business schools that is trying to integrate sustainability, which is also a United Nations Global Compact initiative?
I honestly don't know the answer, but I assume so. I can find out and then share with you later.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so Tanshi, before, we also have I heard that there's someone online who wants to ask a question. Is it possible that we make way for that first? Yes. Or is there none? All right, we'll proceed. Tanshi?
I've got one concern, and as you talk about lifestyle and living, my issue is about mental health. If I remember the statistics now, the prevalence is about age 50, 35 and below. I think it's still within the youth. Already the WHO statistics talks about one suicide per 4 minutes or something like that, even before the pandemic. We hardly talk about mental health. Economics and everything else is important, but at the end of the day,
health, I think, is more important. How much of this is taken up by the youth on a very systematic, because this will be another pandemic. We do not know how to handle it. The older people, like you said, we are ready to go, but you guys need to really defend. I'm serious about it, because this university has been trying to build up this mental health front for the youth. How can we help? How can you help us? Thank you.
Hi, so my name is Aukasina from the RCE Europe coordinator, and I think it's something that what I also experienced in my study of global responsibility and leadership. When we focus on so many problems in the world, we can get very depressed. In my community, everyone felt that way. And then we also started our student community of Eco Hope. It's not only focused on ecological problems, but it focused on all sustainable development goals in sharing projects that were successful, sharing hope, sharing how can we learn from other people who were successful in the SDGs, and how can we implement this in our own community, and what did we learn from the news, but also positive news. And maybe that is something that could really help to our mental health. It did in my school a little bit. Yeah, we gotta inspire each other, I think.
Okay, so we have room for one more question.
Hello, very good evening, everybody. My name is Arshad. I come from RCE Kuching. I'm currently doing my postgraduate master's in hospitality. One of my questions, and it is something that I've been through during my time at university, with the push to integrate ESD into universities and involving youth in the process. One of the biggest barriers is time, because during our time at university, we are here for 3-4 years. Of course, for me, I started off from foundation at the age of 16. I went on to do 2 bachelors and a master's. So when I was getting into projects, I saw, in a blink of an eye, my vice president and secretary graduating. So, every single year you have to work with a new team. So it is something that I find very, very difficult to finish a project, because it takes a lot of time from identifying the problem, coming up with a plan, and then finally executing it. So I have a question, or it is something that we all should work on. Try to figure out what we can do to solve such an issue, to maintaining a proper team, a youth team, especially in terms of university.
Allow me to respond. Thank you for the question. I think it goes a long way, because it's been a challenge, but in my case, it's just a matter of proper planning and being accountable. And thirdly, overcoming challenges in advance. For example, if you were to do another proposal, because you could be dealing with a funding agency that are having successive proposals. So as you go to the field to do one part, then you can also be doing the baseline survey of the next project, or what's the next problem. As maybe Professor has just said, if you go to the field and maybe it's not your plan that mental health is an issue, then it becomes one of the problems that you want to solve in the next phase. Secondly, because the time duration changes in Kenya, undergraduate degree takes 4 years. So in the first year, when students report, then you recruit members. Then the second year, third year, and fourth year. So as they come into first year, it means they have the next 4 years to be undertaking a project. So it gives you 4 years. So you will realize that every single group, you have 4 years with them. So the project becomes sustainable, in that you do not recruit people in final year, but in the beginning of the years. And then you just plan your time and for effective delivery of the project. Thank you.
Okay, so that marks, you would like,
Sorry,
yes.
could I just add a little bit to that
Yes.
last question? Thank you.
Just a bit.
Yeah, just a bit. I also think leadership and motivation is a really large part of especially student organizations. I've come across this issue in several different instances as well, where it's part of a class and everybody has to take it. And then they move on to their next classes. But and youth also gather because it's fun to gather with youth. But when we look at why are we doing this? And are the students motivated? And are the wiser generations able to motivate the students from their heart, not only because it's fun, but because there is a cause that I think generates the motivation for the graduating youth to stay connected with their juniors and pass on that motivation as well. So I think a large part of it, as maybe a professor or a teacher or as part of the wiser generation, is to really help motivate the youth to stay connected with the younger generations and beyond.
Okay, so thank you very much to our 4 panelists for the wonderful session. I guess to wrap up, I can quote a bit of an idiom, a Malay idiom, which is darah muda, literally meaning the young blood. It's referring to the spirits, how very spiritful how do you say, attitude, character runs in the blood of the youth. And so without proper guidance, without proper empowerment, they can go astray and do all sorts of things that can bring negative effects. But if we properly utilize it, as mentioned, we can go up to the point of shaking the entire world. We can cause a big change to the world, and this is why as I use myself, I would like to seek guidance from everyone else, and hopefully in the future we can connect and network and collaborate more for future projects as we go on. So thank you very much once again, and this marks the end of our 4th panel discussion for today, and I will pass the session over to Professor Zainal for the reflection session of day 2.
Thank you, Ali. We're all energetic now, especially the senior one. No? Do we use the word wiser? So maybe that's more appropriate. All right, we'll pick up the one that we left just now. To give token of appreciations to the previous panel, not this panel first, the previous panel. We would like to call upon Tan Sri to pass to give the token of appreciations to Catherine. To Dr. Catherine, as a moderator. No. Yeah. Can you capture? Charles is doing it for time. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Can you help Ali for the next one? Yeah. Dr. Kiran. Dr. Kiran Choka. These two, Kiran and Tan Sri, has been with RCE for quite some time, almost 2 decades, 2005. Yeah. Dr. Betsy King. Dah ada tadi. Ya. Sorry. Okay. Miss Julia Hayes. Miss Karen Chan, if you're still around. Oh, Karen, yeah, it's Karen. Yes, thank you. We'll proceed in a slow mode. For these sessions, the first moderator, Mr. Ali. Oh, Ali will save you later. Yeah, it's okay. Ali. Miss Huri. Yeah. Mr. Evans. Yeah. Yeah. Miss Young Ranha. Minta. Huh? Yeah. For Miss Oriana, we'll pass it personally to you afterwards. Yeah. Oh, okay. We'll always has on standby once to be given. That's very like. So, Oriana. Thank you very much, Oriana. Thank you to everyone. Thank you. We remain silent for a while the call for prayers is ongoing. Everyone, if you can recall yesterday, we end the session with reflection. So we like to do the same because the plan is to come up with a book after this conference. We hope to capture as many as possible comments and suggestions from the discussions. And these sessions, while the Slido is on, you can put your text in, you put your comment in. We would also invite for the next 10 minutes. Anyone would like to verbalize to give a comment in person. And while waiting for that, we do have a representative that we purposely invited, a group that sometimes left behind to give opinions, especially in the context of ESD and SDG that we talk about. Yeah, we have with us Brother Wasik, who is doing his PhD, and also Miss Ainur and Khadija. So while the others are figuring out the questions, coming up question, I would like to invite first Ainur or Khadijah to give opinions or to give any comments. Yes, yes, do it.
Hi, very good evening. My name is Siti Khadija. I'm a refugee student in Malaysia. As we know, refugee did not have same opportunity like other to get education and be educated person. And from what I have been observed, most of refugee parents did not have knowledge about education and did not have any access to receive education. So I would like to, on behalf of the refugee, I would like to know what is your action to expose the education is really crucial to every person, especially refugee, because we know education is the only key for us to, especially for refugee, to change their life and future. Thank you.
All right. Anyone like to take up the questions? At IIUM, directors has been pushing, we've been asking, suggesting us to work on this, yeah. So any suggestions, any comment, any response to that? How much, what can we do? Because they need that. We've got 180,000 refugees in Malaysia alone, yeah, and they cannot follow the formal education process. So that's mainly the questions, and that's why we bring Ainur and Khadijah. So anyone would like to share opinion, suggestions? Yes, please, Roger. Thank you.
I guess that's where the concept of global citizenship really matters, when we see every human being having the full worth and dignity that includes education. If we commit to that ideal of global citizenship, then we all have a collective responsibility for refugees. Individual nations, maybe not, if I only think of who are my fellow citizens in my own country. But once we shift the paradigm, then that actually reinforms our own notion of what it means to, say, be a Canadian citizen or Malaysian citizen, because it's informed by that global set of values. So that's why I think it's so important that we build concepts like sustainable livelihoods and global citizenship into the very practice of how we do RCE activities.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I think that word, that very rough words to refer to global citizenship is one of the good idea that we can move forward. Anyone else? Yes, Sina.
Yeah, small question. Why can I not join the formal education here in Malaysia?
Maybe I can answer that.
Oh, who's that?
Norani.
Norani, yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yes, Sina, in Malaysia, the refugees, Malaysia government is not a signatory of the 1951 Convention for the Refugees. And for that reason, the refugees do not get access to national education. So we have about 138 alternative learning centers in Malaysia that have been set up through the network support among the civil society associations and also some support with the UNHCR. So by right, according to the immigration law, the refugees in Malaysia do not have legal status to live in Malaysia. However, knowing Malaysia is Malaysia, and compassion is always among us, despite that that legal status, the government, Malaysian government is also a signatory to the rights, I forgot the name of it, the rights for children for education. And so there is this gray area. And for that reason, they still go to school. And throughout COVID, we have learned that there's, virtual university for them to attend. So I think like IIUM is one of the universities that have agreed to have 10 Rohingya refugees, right, every year intake. And that's a special case. Most of the public universities dare not and not allowed. Other than that, I think there have been a lot of civil society activists, including myself, that have been pushing to the government on allowing them to sit for our national examination so that they can use that as a way to benchmark their education level when they resettle. So it's a little bit different issue. Thank you.
Thank you. We have also the one, our partner who's been very active, and Ainur and Khadija has been working with them. Can we get Amma to say a few words on behalf of NGOs who've been working on this? Or Ali or Amma? Yeah, got no mic there. Yeah. Sorry, Amma. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I just want to totally agree with what Madam Noraini said, that although Malaysia is not a signatory, so that the refugee in Malaysia doesn't have a legal status, but we as a Malaysian have a very compassionate, and throughout the history that even though we are not signatory, but we are hosted refugees since 1960s. Since the Vietnamese War. So we have been very compassionate society. So we as a third sector, or we are as a third force, trying to provide as much as we could with the help of other resources other than the government. But in the end, the legal framework has to be put in place in Malaysia for them to have a better life for their next generation in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, Amma. Thank you, Professor.
I just want to add, I think it's more of a political issue than anything else. I mean, local Malaysians will be very sensitive to see refugee being funded into national school, while some of them are still not in national school. So I think it's a very tricky issue, but there are ways to it. We have been arguing for this, and Alhamdulillah, we are now being given an approval to take in the first 100 Rohingyas into the university, provided it is privately funded. So that funding, I think, is now accessible. So we are beginning with this program into the university. And this is very, very different in the sense that most of these schools, normally they stop at when kind of O level or A level, and that's it. But here we're going to give them education right until they finish their education at the university, and then they will go home. I think that is the kind of program that we are running. This is based on the 1992 experience with the Bosnian. The Bosnians were taken into this university, the same university, about 100 and 150 of them, given them education for 4 years, and then all of them went back to Bosnia to build Bosnia. If you go to Bosnia now, most of the higher ranking positions are held by our alumni. In other words, this is a successful program, but you need to know how to mediate the political sensitivity. Once you can do that, I think it will be part and parcel of education. I do agree with Roger. Education is rights for everybody. No one left behind. We keep on saying this, no one left behind. Each time I utter this word, I feel very guilty. You know, when you say no one left behind, everybody is left behind. I don't know what we're trying to fool when we say no one is left behind. So we need to really work very hard. And I think universities like ours are willing to take the risk to do this experiment so that other people see that nobody dies at the end of the day. If you fund other people into the university, everybody has a good chance. I mean, Chuck has been saying enough for everybody forever. Education, certainly enough is for everybody forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Tan Sri. Yes, quickly.
Could I just make a couple of quick comments? Most countries do not allow illegal immigrants and so on to attend their schools. But when we start looking ahead, the World Bank is projecting that by 2050, at least 250 million people will be displaced due to climate change. Right? And others are saying it's going to be 1 billion. 1 in 8. Now, in addressing climate change, we come up with 3 things. One's to prevent, the other's to mitigate, and the other is to adapt. Now's when we should start taking these cases and coming up with global policy. The Sustainable Development Goal 4.1 is to have everyone graduate from secondary school. Hopefully by 2050, everyone free university should be there as well. But now it's when we need to start projecting ahead. What are the things that we do need to adapt and see coming in front of us and build cases around where we're facing right now? Thanks.
Thank you, Charles. So we've got, sometimes we also left behind the disabled. So we've got one student. If Wasik would like to give your comment.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Shafullah Wasik. I'm very happy and proud to be here and listening to the amazing panelists discussing about different topics like technological change, climate change. But one more topic I want to emphasize is like the inclusion of disabled communities and other marginalized group. I think we need to consider in all these different fields, because without us, I think if we miss this large community or marginalized community, we miss millions of people, and it's really not fair. And there is a motto of saying nothing without us, about us, which is very important. Like we have to be included, and we have to be somehow giving attention in all of these fields, so we can work and we can give idea to bring change in the societies. And I really appreciate at the end everyone here for their amazing presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wasik, for giving and voicing that concern. Yeah. We sometimes forget about that. Well, we like what Tan Sri Zul saying that no one left behind is the advocacy that we have. But these are it's also, if we are able to provide, that is the test. If we are not able to this, then we are not successful. That's what I think Yamaguchi was mentioning, like 15% is the achievement. So these are some of the indicators. We've got one question all the way from RCE Mogadishu. Anis, if you can come up your questions.
Hello. Good.
Yes, please, Anis.
Morning, everyone.
We can hear you, but maybe we can speak louder.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, you can proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here today with you, all the way from Mogadishu, Somalia, a city that has been affected by climate change, conflict, and a lot of issues. In Mogadishu, Mogadishu is hosting a lot of IDPs, more than 100,000 or 200,000 IDPs, refugees from regional conflicts. We are happy to be here today to inspire and get more, ideas from, different RCE networks. We are working with, affected communities, specifically within Mogadishu, like IDPs and refugees, to maybe get more education on sustainable developmental goals, where we are reaching out to schools, universities, and secondary schools to ensure creation of awareness about climate change. Conflict is enhanced. Yeah, sometimes now we normally get challenges here and there. Of course, that is just a global issue in terms of accessing finance to implement some of our projects. One of our projects is greening schools in Somalia. Greening, not only just growing plants, but now educating students and everyone about climate change, conflict, and how it's related in terms of the nexus between the two in terms of peace and security and all that. So youth has been affected by a lot of challenges like climate change, illegal migration, all that. So now it's good to have networks between different partners and maybe supporting each other in terms of capacity building, proposal development, and how to source funds from different organizations in order to achieve an impactful project to different communities. So that's just my take, and I learned a lot from this session today. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. That is a very good and encouraging comment. We'll see how the big potentials of RCE helping in mainstreaming this ESD and SDG. Any one last questions before we go to the briefing of the campus tour? Anyone would like to give any response to what Dr. Anis was saying? Okay. With that, we'll pick up again the reflections tomorrow, and we'll try to put all these things together. I would now like to invite Brodeen to, or maybe you can show for a while the Slido while Brodeen is preparing that. Just to recap what has been captured from the morning so that we can somehow put things together and as a takeaway, before we go for the tour. Can we show it? Or? Yeah. Okay, so you can see from here, and this is ongoing. So if you suddenly think during the tour there's something you like to add on, please do so. We'll put all this thing together at the end. The word club, fine. All right, okay. Just to get the feel, so these are kind of, yeah, that would be good to have the group. So yesterday we've got community is a main word, yeah, and today I think we quite struck by the last session of the panel, the youth and being energized by that group. So we got the word youth as a main one, empowering, yeah, community, yeah, a second big one, yeah, we say community, yeah. So I think it's getting the momentum now. All right, with that, Rima, I'll pass the board in for the next briefing on the campus tour.
Thank you, Prof. I'm back again. Pagi. Wow, congratulations, a big round of applause to all of you. It's a long day. All right, a short presentation for what's going to happen next. All right, I know we need to be energized, but let's energize by walking around the campus. All right, the next is the campus tour. So we have divided into 4 groups. If yesterday is I love you, maybe this time I love you too. I don't know. All right, but the list is already there. But just before we go to the grouping list, all right, you can find your name. There will be 4 stations, and for group 1, the head volunteer is Brother Ashraf. Maybe you can read, okay, in the middle. Okay, this is Ashraf. And for group 2, Brother Hazim. Okay, group 2. So you have to remember, follow them. All right. So for both group 1 and group 2 is a bus. All right. It's our IUM bus. Group 3, Sister Aisha. Okay, this is a Sri Pacific group. The Innova and also the van. All right. Okay, and the last one, Sister Fatin. Oh, it's a... All right, Sister Fatin is also bus. All right, we will share this also in the WhatsApp group of the global conference. All right, this campus tour will take around okay, before you get excited, pagi. All right, just a short one. It will take around 1 hour and 15 minutes. All right, so after the campus tour, we will have our dinner. Although our aim is to have the dinner by the river, but due to the weather, we'll have it somewhere around where we had our high tea yesterday. All right. Once you are done at respective checkpoint, you will end at different places. They will bring you to the dinner venue. All right. For those who ask for satay, satay is there, and all the food that we have listed in the ebook is ready. All right. So this is your final round to catch up. And then for tomorrow, okay, this is very important for tomorrow. Okay, after the dinner, we expect around 6:45. And for Muslim, please manage your prayer time. We have nearby area where you can perform your prayer. And after that, we will meet you tomorrow morning. All right. It's maybe Madam Norani can come to the front here, back up me. It's at UCSI Greater KL tomorrow. We will start with visit to Garden Spring. So those who are coming, I'm sure it's from different places, different hotel. From Sri Pacific, you will be directly traveling to the garden. For those who are okay, I will explain about the time. For those who are coming from elsewhere, and also for those who are staying in Likodri, it's nearby Likodri Hotel. We will meet at the garden 9 a.m. All right. Madam Rani, is it right?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there any alternative just in case?
Okay, yeah. In case we get rains tomorrow, our neighbor who is also a stakeholder of RCE GKL, Lao-Tse Cultural Academy, will be hosting us indoor. Yeah, so we will be shifting it's just next to the garden.
Oh,
So
next to the garden.
yeah.
All right.
And though the name of the place is Garden Spring, so it's not like Singapore Botanical Garden, it's a farm. So if you bring any flat shoes or comfortable shoes, please bring along with you or wear that. And if you want to wear high heels later at UCSR, you can change. I'm so sorry, that's our situation. And normally we have been having rains in the afternoon or late afternoon, so it might get a bit muddy in just certain area. Yeah.
All right.
Thank
madam.
you.
We are excited.
We're very excited to have you all over to and a bit nervous.
All right. And for those who are going to present tomorrow, all the best. We will email you all the list of presenters and the venue. We also update in the link tree. It's a 10-minute presentation for both in person and online, and followed by Q&A. All right. With that, let's follow. Maybe we can start with group 1.
Protein question.
Oh,
One
can we
question.
share the list again? Sorry.
Protein,
Yes.
one question.
Yes.
Do we have to take all the belongings with us?
Yes.
We're not gonna come back here. again.
Yes. The last venue is like yesterday, the last venue.
Okay.
Right. Okay, the list is also available in the WhatsApp group. For those who are in the WhatsApp group, you can also refer. We will go straight to the venue. Okay, there is no tea break. We will have the tea break during the dinner.
Telling us for tomorrow. I'm here from Wadia.
It's very near. Let me introduce you to Madam Norani. Maybe she can arrange. Let me just call her. Madam Norani, can you come here? We have a few guests from Likodri Hotel. They are asking if there is any transportation from the hotel to the garden.
We cannot join
I have removed again. We have removed.
how can she get to the dinner then?
Oh, she is coming to the dinner. Where is she now?
She will be having meetings here. Wherever she can come. I think.
Okay.
I think I will receive. I just want to check for the tomorrow's. Sorry. Yeah, for tomorrow's garden visiting, do we have to move directly to here? Okay.
You can go to.
I don't know. We have to take a look. And also the question behind my we're not on that list. Thank you.
Are you going by bus?
So I don't know.
Oh. Where is your friend?
They are in different groups.
Okay, where you want to go? Can you go to?
It's not. How about the third one? And that's
No.
it.
Sorry.